me. Give me 1 second to make sure I'm doing this right, because I realized I didn't last night when we were debating. Okay, I think that is correct. Hi, tap the screen. Tap, tap, tap. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm just waiting for Mandy. Dani's going to be a little bit behind. She's leaving clinicals, obviously, the life of a doctor. Oh, I'm so good. 3 Easter. Sorry, I'm just reading the group chat. Tap the screen, share the live. Oh, I will be in a second pushing this live to YouTube, which my YouTube is A Girl Has No Name. If you do not follow me there, please feel free to follow me, subscribe. All of the replays from all of the shows on TikTok post to YouTube immediately after the shows. Hey, Joanna. Good morning. Good morning, y'all. Welcome, welcome. Tap the screen. Welcome to the broadcast. My brain this week is, as Dani has taught me, and if you're over, what did she say? If you're over like 29, we're all experiencing like perimenopause. I feel like I have brain fog due to probably many issues. Or maybe it's just post holidays. My brain has not started functioning again. What is with these people stowing away in the wheel wells of planes? Did you see this? This is just breaking news. They found 2 more bodies in JetBlue planes landing gear at the Fort Lauderdale airport. Imagine how desperate you must be to go somewhere, to stow away in the landing gear, knowing you're going to be at that altitude. What is this? In the last month, it has to be 6 now. Yeah, a routine post-flight inspection revealed 2 bodies in the landing gear compartment of a JetBlue plane after a flight from New York on Monday. So from New York to Fort Lauderdale, it's worth it. You could, I don't know. I would probably rather walk. Take the Appalachian Trail. That's crazy to me. That does not seem worth it, nor a great idea. Tap the screen, tap, tap, tap. I feel like I cannot hear myself. Give me 1 second. Hey, Cade. Thank you guys for joining. I think today what I want to talk about, while we wait for Dani, is going to be a couple minutes late. Like I said, she's leaving clinicals. She's a doctor. She's super busy. Thank you so much for the flower crown. So I think what we're going to focus on today, I'm just waiting for Mandy to get here. And then I want to talk about school vouchers for a little bit, just because I've been doing, ProPublica has been doing, as much as they're constantly doing research on the way, AB bans are affecting women, in maternal health deserts. They're also doing a lot of research on school vouchers and how it's affecting education systems, which I don't know. I think I've said this many times before, but I don't know if everyone knows this. Arizona, where I'm a native born Phoenician, which is very rare. We are the originators of, we call it, I don't know, and I don't know if other states call it this. It's called ESA. It's called empowerment scholarship accounts, and we basically give. It's set between $7,000 and $8,000. It might be $8,000 now, to basically any student to use to go to a school of their choice. And it's interesting we call it empowerment scholarship accounts, because it is empowering nothing in this state. Literally nothing. It is ruining our education system. I was doing searches for where Arizona is on education. I will say I did find one list, one education ranking, where we're 44. That's the highest. That's literally the highest we've ever It's four. I'm like, we're 44. Because normally, in fairness, we're like
You know that paper is
48,
more
49.
sophisticated now than
That's
computers.
where we normally sit for like education. So I'm like, okay, 44. But then I also found the recent survey where we are 51st. How can you be 51st? What does that even mean to be 51st? Like, we are 51st. Oh, you're a product of that, as am I. And actually, I went to private. I feel like I actually learned a lot. I'll show you guys. This is the article I actually want to talk about. I can kind of talk about it while I wait for Mandy. I should text her. But this is what started me down the charter school rabbit hole of like I want to learn more about this. Um because charter schools are regulated, they have standards, they're monitored like public schools in Arizona. Like if you are a charter school, if you're receiving federal funding, at least there are some regulations. But as someone who went to private Christian school, I mean, there are none. And what little regulations there were, when conservatives, these very rich billionaire conservatives started lobbying for school voucher programs, they have struck down any and all efforts to regulate, to like standardize test scores, to report on what's going on in these like private religious or just private schools, period. There's literally little to no data on it. This is one of the most fascinating articles I've read in a long time. It was a charter school called, oh my God, I'm sorry. I have brain fog. I want to say it's called like Arches or something. It was a charter school that was regulated, that basically was shut down by the Arizona government because their test scores were like abysmal. I mean, I don't even want to quote it. I think I have it screenshotted and we'll look at it later. But let's say like nobody was even literate. Nobody could read in this school. And then even less than being able to read, their math scores were abysmal and they were shut down. And then this school just opens back up as like a Mormon K through 8 religious school with the same type of, just operating under school vouchers with no regulation. Arizona is a literal hellscape nightmare. Let me text Mandy real quick. Tap the screen. Let's keep tapping the screen. Let's see if we can get more people in here. Tap, tap, tap. Share the live with 5 people or just push the copy link button. You just push the arrow. That's as if you're sharing, and then you could send the live to someone, or there's a button that says copy link that also counts as sharing. So just push that button repeatedly. It will be highly appreciated. We have not done an episode of the broadcast in so long. There are many things I want to cover, but ironically, Mandy is from Wisconsin, and I was looking at states that have, I mean, I don't know if there's such thing as a successful voucher program, but a more successful one. And that seems to be when it's focused on helping kids in poor areas and underfunded public schools, like have access to a voucher system to possibly get them a better education. And one of those places is Milwaukee. So as a mother, I'm curious to hear like what Mandy knows about the school voucher system in Milwaukee, because ours is an absolute S show. Tap, tap, tap. We can get to 50K. Let's do it. Sorry, again, I'm literally just. Let's see. I hope I've taken enough screenshots of this. If not, I'm just going to open the article and we're going to read it from there. Okay. So I'm just going to give a brief overview. Again, I summarized this because this article, As anyone who's ever read ProPublica is an amazing, they're Pulitzer Prize winning journalists, and they write, when they do investigative journalism, it is long, it is in depth, and it is detailed. So I actually took me forever to try to make bullet points so I could tell this story in a concise way that will make sense to everyone, because it is so long. Okay, so like I said, it was called Arches. Okay, that makes me feel better. So again, a Mormon K through 8 school. This is the newer title. It was previously called Arches Academy. It was a charter school, right? This is all in Arizona, where I'm a native and from. It was previously called Arches, but a Mormon K through 8 school that renamed itself, right, and titled Liberty Academy in Mesa, Arizona, closed suddenly due to financial problems, leaving parents scrambling to find alternative education options for their children. The school was previously a charter school called Arches Academy that's had its charter revoked due to severe financial issues and poor academic performance. And this is what I was talking about. Oh, it's kind of, let me see if I can make it a little smaller, and then I'll make the words maybe bigger so it's not so much in the comments. Sorry, I know it's hard to see, but if you can see the very bottom, I'm going to try to pull it up. This is what I was talking about. The reason their charter was revoked due to severe financial mismanagement, but also they had a 13% proficiency in English. These kids weren't reading so good. 0% in math in 2023. So keep this in mind. This is something that's really been on my mind because I'm always on X tracking the fight about H-1B visas, right? MAGA is engaged in this deadlocked war on X with rich billionaires who are saying we need to import talent. We know that that's not the case, and the H-1B visas are being abused in a host of different ways. But the argument is we don't have enough engineers, people coming out, who are excelling in science, technology, engineering, and math. And this is what I'm saying. As long as we don't fund public schools, as long as we still keep pressing this school voucher nonsense, we have been doing it for decades in Arizona. When I was a child, school vouchers were going on in Arizona. I had access to school vouchers. That's how long it's been going on here. Our education system is in shambles. How is it possible to score a 0% in math? You're saying that every student answered no questions correctly? So this is the stuff MAGA needs to be thinking about when they are arguing. I know, did they not take the test? It's not funny. I laugh so I don't cry. This is the state I am from. Our tax dollars are funding these charter schools. They get federal funding. That's the only reason we have test scores. So understand, this is when they actually had some government oversight going on. Oh, Mandy's here. Mandy's here. Yay. Thank God you're here. My brain.
So sorry. I don't know why I was thinking it was 12 Central.
I was thinking if maybe I'm just here now early, that would be.
I have no idea.
I think it's usually 10:01 because you guys have a hard stop right at 2 Central. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's the time difference. I think it's just me with between Central and Eastern, and I'm sick, and I'm so sorry. I sound so bad.
I just gave a disclaimer. My brain is not working, so don't even worry about it. We're going to get through this together. Ever since the holidays, I thank you so much for the subs. I'm almost back to 500 subs. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Tin Lizzie, I think it was. Thank you so much for the subs. I appreciate it so much. So I'm just going through. Here, let me go back one. I'm just talking about I'm on a rampage about how the Arizona voucher system, which is kind of the originators of the school voucher system. We call it Empowerment Scholarship Accounts, ESA, and how it's basically damaging Arizona education and public education.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So, I'm talking about this particular ProPublica article where it was a charter school in Mesa, which at least in Arizona, if you're a charter school and you're getting some federal funding and state funding, then like outside of the ESA program, then you're subjected to some oversight and they have test score, they're tracking test scores. Their charter was revoked because this school in Mesa, Arizona was called Arches Academy. They had a 13% proficiency in English and a 0% proficiency in math.
Oh my God. How do you have a 0%?
That's what I'm like. Maybe I'm confused. Like, did the students not take the test?
Right. Like, how does a 0%, like that seems wildly improbable. Like,
nobody answered a question. Like, we don't know, but this is an investigative report.
Have they taught these kids? Are they teaching these kids that math is not real?
This is why, and I was relating this back to the H-1B visa argument. Like, MAGA has to understand we need to fund public schools, right? We need to have rigorous math standards if we want to produce engineers.
Absolutely.
This is not going to make an engineer. We got 0% questions right in math. So then,
but this lies this whole issue with the MAGA mindset, right? Like, we are a global community, whether you want, like, it's global competition. It's like education is a global thing. It's not just we're not an island in the middle of the world where we aren't affected by the rest of the world. We are competing with the rest of the world. So if we choose to not educate our kids, that's affecting them forever against the rest of the world. Like you can't just be like, well, we should hire Americans, but then not educate Americans to do the jobs we need them to do.
And not pay them. Yeah. They're screaming like, oh, our good jobs. I mean, and it's interesting because they're saying this on Fox, like what people who are against, the tech billionaires and H-1B visas, they're saying, hey, when they wanted to offshore American manufacturing and use Asian slave labor and third world country slave labor, they told us the high paying jobs like engineering, like coding would go to Americans. Now they're not going to us. Now they're offshore, or they're importing people for those jobs. And this is why you don't want to go to school. Like, you guys want to go to random religious private schools. So this was when it was a charter school. They were getting 0% in math. In Arizona, then what happened is the school reopened as a private religious school, which still has access to the ESA funds, the $7,000, $8,000 per child. But then there's no oversight. They are not subject to test scores, to any sort. We have no idea at that point what went on. We just know they reopened as a Mormon K-8 school called Title of Liberty Academy in Mesa, Arizona. They closed again.
It's a terrible name.
I know, due to financial problems, right? Which was the other thing. They're getting awful test scores. Apparently, it was due to mismanagement of financial problems. So listen to this. After losing its charter,
they can't do math. Are you sorry?
Yeah, they can't do math. Oh, it gets so much. This is so much worse. Oh my God, I can't even. This is a sickening story. It's exactly what's wrong with education. So after losing its charter, the school reopens as a private religious school, able to receive taxpayer funding through Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship Account program, which, it's $7,000 per student. They require zero oversight of private schools' financial stability, academic performance, even when they receive public funds. The state does not vet new voucher schools or inform parents about schools' previous failures.
More sophisticated now than computers.
So they're just they just get a free pass. Conservative
billionaires, their argument is, education should be a free capitalistic market. And if we just let anybody, tons of competition into the market, when people's children are failing at one school, they'll just go find another school.
Yeah. It's a very elitist and privileged mindset, to say the very least. That's the least you could say. Like, I think of where I live, where it's a very, like, Wisconsin has a solid, like, we're solid in education in a lot of places, but in these rural areas, we're very poor. And like, you see that reflected in our school districts. And ours is a very small school district that does the best that they can with what they have, but these families can't. This is rural. We're talking commuting to other areas to take your kids to school. And this isn't going to hurt the people who can afford to do that. This is hurting all of those families who can't. And that's what this comes down to, is you are creating, yet a further divide between the haves and have nots. You're making sure that the poor are now also for surely going to be uneducated, which is the goal, right? They want poor, uneducated workers. Like, that's the goal. And we know that. And it's scary because education should be free and available and accessible for all. But as soon as you become educated, you don't vote Republican. We've seen that. The numbers are there. Like, that's just the reality of it. Like,
that paper is more sophisticated.
It's so true. If you can if someone teaches you to think critically and you can learn to follow a line of logic, you have to move left. I was just saying that when I was debating last night. Like, if you have a basic level of intelligence and you can follow a line of logic, eventually it just moves you left.
Yeah.
Because the answers are...
apparently Trump's talking in his speech right now about making Canada the 51st state. That dude has he just wants to, like, he wants his legacy to be that he conquered something. He doesn't even care what it is at this point. I am convinced. He wants to be like, I want to destroy one thing and, like, take another. I don't understand. He's a terrible person. But you're right. Like, your ability to think critically. Somebody in the comments earlier said, we have to travel and broaden our horizons, so to speak. I will say, when I've traveled abroad, one of the biggest things I always get from people when they realize I'm American is, you must, I heard it more than once, you're probably one of the good ones if you're traveling abroad.
I pretended, I think I might have told this story a couple of times. I pretended to be Canadian in South America for like a year. And literally, I was staying in a hostel with like French people, like Finnish people. And someone finally saw my passport and was like, and I was like, please don't tell anyone. Like, please don't tell anyone I'm American. Like,
yeah, I'm in like northern Wisconsin,
but just don't tell anyone.
Yeah, northern Wisconsin, pretty much Canada. It's fine.
That's a good
point. I can just drive to Canada. Like,
that's true. You can. This is the thing about this school voucher program that's really annoying me. So from 2017 to 2020, right? What happened was they started shifting away from measuring any sort of success with school vouchers, because what was happening was conservatives were pushing school vouchers. Data was coming out in states that it wasn't working, right? That test scores were lower, that literacy was dropping, that math scores were dropping, that actually kids were not getting smarter as a result of school voucher programs, right? And so then Republicans, rich conservatives, did away with attempts to create transparency and testing so that we could measure the success of the school voucher program.
But this is what they do. Yeah. That's what they do, right? We're seeing it with all of the AB bans across the country. We're seeing it with maternal mortality. We're seeing it with where that's what they do when they put these policies in place and they get what they want, or they, force what they want. And when the data comes, like, they don't want to be held accountable to it. They talk about it like it's this big, great thing. It's going to create all these opportunities. But when the actual data proves that wrong, and it always does, I mean, we'll be the first to say we're wrong if it comes back and it's like, yeah, this is working. I'll happily admit that I was wrong if something is working, but that's not the case. And then they hide the data, or they stop collecting the data. That's what they do. Because if there is no data, you can't speak to it, right? Like that's what they do. And we see it time and time again. And then they expect us to take them at their word. And that is how we got that. I mean, that's fake news, right? That's what fake news is intended to do. You don't believe the data. You don't believe the reporting. You don't believe the information. Now you have to take them at their word and trust that they're telling you the truth, even though we know they're not. And the longer they can go without that data, memories are short, man. Like if you like right now, we know the maternal mortality rates are problematic. We know that they're on the rise because we have the data. But you go enough years not reporting that data, you go enough years not reporting on these school voucher programs, you go enough years, memories are short, and suddenly you have people who don't remember when there was data, and people who have decided to take people at their word, and this is what they remember, and this is as good as it's going to be because this is what it's always been. And that's what they count on. And that's what they continue to do. And it's the same, like anything that they don't like the data, just get rid of the team that reports it. Get rid of the information.
Well, and think about this, though, like the reason we have school vouchers, and like I said, Arizona is the originator of the school voucher program. It's called the Goldwater Foundation. If you have any idea who Barry Goldwater was, he once ran for president. I don't know. The nicest thing I can say about him is he's a bigot. Like he's a giant bigot. And yeah, so it's the Goldwater Foundation that pushed this school voucher program decades ago. And what did they use in Arizona to push it? They used data about our public school system, right? Mm-hmm. But what would we need to prove that the school voucher system is failing? We know that since the inception of the school voucher system, our public schools have gotten worse, right? We are losing. We are being amazing. Thank you so much, Miller.
That was really pretty.
I know. I
haven't seen that one before.
Me either. Yeah. I was like, oh, it's a galaxy. Wait, it's even better. It's that constellation Larry Hogan thought were drones above his house. That's literally what that was. That was what most of MAGA on the Eastern Seaboard thinks are drones. Thank you so much, Miller. So we would need, right? We know that our public schools have gotten worse since the school voucher program because we're defunding our public schools. Mm-hmm. We know that who uses the school voucher program. And I want to get into this because this is the more annoying part. I want to show you, here we go. This is what I want to show. This is also based on Arizona. This is another ProPublica article. They've done great investigative reporting on this. In a state with school vouchers for all, low-income families aren't choosing to use them. Why would low-income families in a state with all these charter and private schools not be using the $7,000 school voucher? Oh yeah, because when you're a low-income family, you need a school bus. You need, what is the Department of Education? What is one of the things they subsidize? Oh, I don't know, free breakfast and free lunch, right? You need transport. You have to have the school bus transportation. You can't drive your kids to and from school. Like you can't pay for them to have an Uber. So we have this school voucher program. And this is why, if you want to know why conservatives in Arizona, the Goldwater Foundation, which is disproportionately very rich conservatives, what we know is the people benefiting from it, it's not poor people. And I actually was going to ask you about this. I don't know what you know about the school voucher program, but I know I was reading that actually in Milwaukee, like theirs was started specifically for low income kids. And
I'm sorry, I'm not super familiar. I was going to pull that up and then I realized I needed to be on here. So I'd have to pull up more information on it just because it wasn't like something we have up here that we utilize up here. So I don't know for sure. But I think the big misconception for people in general is that the $7,000 or $8,000 covers everything. And it doesn't.
It doesn't. I think
there's this idea like, oh, it's free. It's still free. You got the voucher. No, it's not. Not at all. And to your point, at least in rural areas by me, like there is concern of my school district not being able to sustain itself because it's a tiny little, like when I say tiny, I'm talking pre-K through 12 all in one building. I'm talking 40 kids in a graduating class. I'm talking tiny. And it's looking like, okay, does this need to be absorbed by another district? And then what do you do for like transportation? Because some of these kids will have to be on the bus at 6 in the morning for an hour and a half or 2 hours. And in Wisconsin, that can be really, I mean, not only is that long for any kid, but you're talking in winter when buses can break down. You're talking, I mean, the amount of that is like this, it's such a privileged, it always drives me crazy. Well, just drive your kid to school. Well, fuck you. Like, that's a privilege, man. Not everybody can do that. You know,
very few people can, it turns out. That's what ProPublica was studying, and I think this is a fascinating way to do it. They were breaking down Arizona by zip code and looking at low income versus higher income zip codes and realizing that people in the low, I think it's in here. Oh yeah, this is fascinating. Listen to this. So West Phoenix, right? This is where there's lower incomes. Average median household is $46,700, right? Only one voucher is being used per 100 school-aged children. Approximately 150 vouchers used among 12,000 children. Now, if
that's insane.
Yeah. This is literally just something for wealthy children to take advantage of. It's a little bit of a subsidy for wealthy families sending their kids to private schools. And if you know anything about Arizona, you've heard of Paradise Valley, right? This is where the creme de la creme of Paradise Valley lives. A median household income, $173,000. 28 vouchers are used per 100 school-aged children, right? Like significantly higher utilization rates. And what's fascinating,
but even that is still really low. Like, well, I mean, there's just
I don't know that they're all even taking advantage of it. But what's more fascinating is when you look like geographical barriers. There are no private schools in lower income areas in Arizona.
Right. No. Yeah. Of
so
course.
If you can't drive your kid, I went to a private Christian school. I was driven like 40 minutes to and from school.
Yeah, we have a private Catholic school that's in the neighboring town, and I know people who have taken their kids there to get them out of the public school system, and that's fine. You're allowed to do that, but that money shouldn't be being, you can't be doing it under a voucher system that takes money away from public schools because most people can't afford it. Like that, I had no desire to raise my children that way. So like my kids were not going to a private religious institution whatsoever. But if you want to do that, that's fine. But they're not doing it as like an alternative, and it's taking money from our public schools. And those public schools are what a lot of these poor families have to rely on.
Exactly. And all we're doing is draining our resources. Where the test scores are higher, where we are tracking them, like where we have a chance to actually concentrate funding and succeed, we're just diluting that pool. Like that is where the teaching talent is. And I can speak to this so vividly. I went to private Christian school my whole like kindergarten, I went to a public school, kindergarten and first, then second through eighth, I went to private Christian school. And then I went to public high school. I was in the International Baccalaureate program, which is for very bright kids at a public high school. And for one semester, my junior year of high school in Arizona, I went back to a private Christian school. That's another story. But I went back there and I was so shocked by how the level of education was such a step down. They had nothing for me to do. I was a junior and their highest level classes I had already taken. So I don't know. I just find it fascinating because public schools, that's where I got my best education. It was completely subsidized. It was free. That's where the best teachers were. teachers who were tenured, teachers where you could look up. There was government information about how long they'd been a teacher, what awards received, what their qualifications were. When you go to private schools, this is something scary, I know, because my mother was like a lifetime teacher. She taught at a private school. We recently just made it in Arizona, so you have to fingerprint people. They don't even fingerprint the teachers. But here's the best part. Still to this day, at least now you're required to fingerprint teachers. You're not required to do anything with those fingerprints. You don't have to run them through the system. You don't have to do background checks. Nothing.
Well, and that's a really interesting, because that is a very good way for predators to hide.
Yes, that was why I always talk about it. I went to a school that was attached to a church. And that is where I was SA'd. Maybe we should fingerprint teachers at these private religious schools. I'm just saying that is literally what happened to me. I went to a school attached to a church, and one of the religious leaders of that church was SAing kids. So yeah, like I think they should run the fingerprint, like just me. And I taught at a private school for 1 year, and I will say they did make us get fingerprint clearance cards. So it's voluntary, like it's if the schools want to, but they are not required to. I'm sorry, I'm very passionate about this. And this, you'd have to know these schools, but think about it. Like Phoenix Country Day is probably one of the most famous private schools in Arizona. This is $35,000 a year. They're giving poor kids $7,000 and saying, hey, why don't you guys just go to a private school that's, 40 miles from where you live? What's the problem?
Right.
Why aren't you guys using these vouchers?
Yeah. It's I can't even imagine. Like I grew up as my family was really poor. Like I got free lunch, back in the day when your free lunch punch card was a different color, so everybody knew.
Yeah. Oh my God. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Like, yeah. So like the idea that somebody could look at my parents who worked their asses off, like they worked full time. Both my parents did. They weren't anyone who has this idea that families who are struggling don't have parents who work as much as they can are buying the bullshit. But because my parents worked hard, but they just didn't make a lot. And the idea that they could look at my parents and be like, yeah, we'll give you $7,000 to send your kid to this private school. You'll have to come up with the other like 20 grand, 30 grand, whatever. It'll be fine.
That doesn't count transportation. That doesn't count uniforms. That's not going to count meals. That's not going to count extra costs for sports or for dance or for books. When I went to a private school, I used to work after school. So they would let me use used textbooks. Cause I remember just the books were like $600 a year.
Yeah. And I see a lot of comments about the free lunch punch card. Yeah, I think mine was either green or
we were
pink.
like subclass citizens.
Like people knew that you had free or reduced lunch. And I look back and I was like, that wasn't necessary. Like there was nothing about that was necessary. If you qualify, you get lunch. Give me a fucking punch card. Like that's like everybody else's. There's no reason why children should have to experience that. And as a parent myself, even when times were hard, I insisted on paying for my kids' lunch because I didn't know if that even still existed, but I certainly didn't want my kids to be faced with that. Like, like that was just one of those things where I will never forget how that felt.
Yeah, like as someone who grew up with a mom who was a teacher, so we were broke because we don't value education in this country. We had like the tickets, like individual tickets, like breakfast tickets were one color and then lunch tickets were one color. And then if you were poor, you had one color. And then if you weren't, you had another. Like realizing as I've gotten older, like it was just embarrassing when you're a kid, right? But as you get older, it's like they really do start the class warfare early as fuck in this country, and it's disgusting.
Right? Like exactly. Like the kids don't care. But when you teach them to care, they do. Like, all of a sudden, you've just given these kids ammunition to bully somebody with that. Like, you could easily be like, oh, look at her. She doesn't have, like, as though we weren't aware that our families, were paycheck to paycheck or whatever. But like, I wasn't until I was. It didn't occur to me that I lived differently than other people until it was made aggressively obvious to me that, my parents were custodians for a university. And so when I say like college kids are wasteful and they'll throw all kinds of shit away, like I was a college kid, I get it. But like the things that my parents, it'd be like Christmas. My parents would come home at the end of a semester because kids were throwing Columbia jackets out, or like, fancy shit that we couldn't afford. And it wasn't like we didn't have coats or whatever, but it was the one access point to some of these things when I was little. And if somebody had known, I mean, now I own it, because now I'm like, actually like, okay, my parents were really trying. They were trying. But at the time, I didn't want anyone to know where my Columbia jacket came from. I wanted them to think my parents bought it for me. But no, it was somebody I remember that jacket. I wore that for years. Somebody had thrown it out. A college kid had thrown it out.
Seeing it happen in high school, like I'm from Arkansas, Northeast Arkansas, is a lot of flat farmland up here. Like seeing kids in these big old trucks that were subsidized because their parents claimed them on their taxes as farm equipment.
Sure.
And seeing them get drunk on the weekends and then wreck them, and then 2 weeks later, brand new truck. Even in high school, I was like, what? This does not seem, I don't think that this is supposed to be happening this way. And then like back to the safety, this is going to turn into a commercial break too. We are just still, waiting on Dr. Dani. We greatly appreciate having the marvelous Miss Mandy here. Love you so much too. Like, we had a coach who was at my junior high that got caught in one of the To Catch a Predator stings up here.
Damn.
He, of course, got fired from our junior high school in our school district. And then a private school popped up.
Oh, shit.
And guess who was there that next semester at that private school, because they had no standards and they didn't care. While he was going through his trial for child P, he was teaching at this private school. Like, bro, I don't understand how people don't see a problem there. But thank everybody for being here. We appreciate all the people. There are 337 of us chilling, tapping and yapping in the comments. Make sure that you're tapping. We should have been at 50,000. Today is, the broadcast, even though we provide amazing information and we get all the things from Mandy and Felice and Dr. Dani, because we typically talk about the way that issues are going on and how they affect women. These lives don't get pushed out. So make sure that you're doing everything that you can to help us get it pushed out. Tap the screen, share the live. Gift Mandy. Make sure that we're helping Felice meet her gift goals as well. If you haven't subscribed, do that. Click on your heart me so we can let TikTok know that we're in here and that we're turning up and that we're loving the content.
I just finally get it. I started the live an hour early. I get it now. I didn't I'm like sitting here and I'm just realizing I told you something's wrong with my brain. I literally started the live an hour early, but there's like more people in here than usual. Maybe we should do this every week. Like, I just got it. I realized you were like trying to tell me I had started the live early, and I was like, I don't know.
Well, and it was funny because I was like, I got to rally and pull myself together so I could turn my camera on.
Sorry, Mandy.
Sick. But you're not getting the camera now.
I get it now. I started the live early. I get it.
No,
but it's working out.
This is working out, which is fine.
It is working out. We're still doing great. Everything's going great. The information is great. I love the education topic that we're going, because that is super important, especially because despite the fact that women are going to colleges more, women are getting degrees more, and we're much more educated, we're still not paid the same thing as men are for the same amount of work, even when we're more educated than them and have more experience than them. the misogyny is real, and if the misogynoir weren't real, we'd actually have a fantastic president-elect instead of the orange piece of shit that we have. So it all ties in, and it's all very important. But like I said, everybody keep doing all the good things. Make sure that you're turning those yapping fingers into tapping fingers so that you can keep yapping in the chat, because I like talking to y'all too. Make sure that you're gifting. Make sure that you're sharing. Let's get up to 300 shares super quick. Let's get it on up to 100,000 likes super quick as well. Thank y'all for being here. Love ya.
Thank you, Joanna.
Thank you, Joanna. You're amazing. I can't believe I knew
really
something
is.
seemed off. Now I get it. Now I get it. It's all becoming clear to me. But this is good though, because then when Dr. Dani gets here, we can talk about all of the the ProPublica articles that I want to talk. We need her expertise. Did you happen to catch the one? Well, we'll get into it. I just wanted to show these case studies because I think they're so important. This is what this ProPublica article is doing. They're examining people in low-income zip codes in Arizona and looking at why they're not able to use what Republicans say is available to everyone. Get your $7,000, empowerment scholarship account credits. Why isn't everyone using them? It's the weirdest thing. This is Alma Nunez, a restaurant cashier with 3 children, 2 children with autism. Nearest suitable private school too far without transportation. Only 4 private schools within 3-mile radius. Most options eliminated due to cost or lack of services for her children.
I was going to say the lack of services because there's no oversight. They don't have to worry. They don't have, these schools aren't required to offer services for kids with special needs,
That's exactly. There's no IEPs.
Yeah. No.
That's a federal that's the Department of Education.
Right? Yeah.
That they want to eliminate.
That was the first thing I thought of. My son was on a IEP for speech because he just was not, by the time he was in kindergarten, it would drive him crazy that I couldn't understand what he was saying. And he had to go through speech therapy. And we were able to do that through the school because of IEPs and federal programs that allowed a speech pathologist or whatever to be at the school and be employed there. And it allowed him to be able to communicate. And that program was short for him. He was did it for a year. But that was my experience with it. And what a wonderful option for living in the middle of nowhere. I had 3 small children. 2 of them are twins, he and his sister, to then ask me to find a speech therapist outside of the school district to try to take him to speech therapy outside of school to be able to afford it because it probably wouldn't have been covered by medical insurance would have been a nightmare. I can't even imagine with someone with far more needs than that. That is almost base level, bare minimum need is a speech therapist to help your child just be more communicative, be able to speak clearly. Children with far more extensive needs, you can't get care for them if it's not available to them like this, without it turning your life upside down.
That money, and just remember, so we have a concentration of children on the let's say autism spectrum or with speech therapy needs. They are in public schools. And that money that children that live in that district is being taken out of those public schools, right? Those schools are being defunded that actually are taking care of children who have specialized needs, who need specialized help, specialized programs. We're taking money away from those schools. We're taking money away from actual qualified teachers, right? In that case study I was showing you guys, I didn't even tell the half of it. That woman, that was a charter school called Arches. It was shut down because, they had a 13% in English scores, 0% in math scores.
I don't know how you can have 0 in math.
Still don't get that. Nobody gets it. But when they then just were let's just become a religious school, a religious private school and take the ESA $7,000 credits. She hired you know who the teachers were? And who the administration was? Her family, just family members, zero qualifications.
Completely unqualified people. Yeah.
She is unqualified to teach. I'm pretty sure. She just worked in like Head Start and public schools and things like that. But I'm not saying, well, I don't want to say she is or she isn't, but I mean, look at the results. Like,
right.
She said because of low student enrollment, that was her excuse. Because of low student enrollment, I just hired my own family members. And conservatives' response to that is, well, if we just make education a capitalistic free market, then places like that will close. But in the meantime, we're taking money away from public schools, away from good teachers, away from people that have, on the autism spectrum who need speech therapies. We're taking money away from those schools, redirecting it to literally like financial scams who also aren't teaching our children anything.
Right.
And then we're wondering.
And again, because there's absolutely no standards or reporting methods, you don't know that that's what, like, you could come to this district and have the money to be like, okay, I'm going to go to this, I want to take my kid to this religious school, right? For whatever reason. You're doing so under this this mindset of they're going to have good teachers, qualified teachers. There's no reporting or method in biology in which you're even going to be made aware that the people teaching your kids are just like Susan's family. Like, you don't, like, there's no way to go find that out, to be like, oh, it's just Susan's cousin who also did some time in prison, but like, you know what? He's good. He can kick a ball. So he's now going to be
printed Susan's cousin. We just didn't do anything with those fingerprints.
Right. Like, we're not, it's not, so like these people are like blindly admitting, it's kind of like my mindset of like half this country anyway. They have blinders on. They're just taking for granted that these things are being, handled by people that are smarter than them and that are, handling it correctly. That's just not the truth. That's not what's happening.
And these are rackets. Like, I can't tell you, I could get into, because I said I taught in a private school, like a classical, it's called classical education. This is the model that like conservatives use in their charter schools. Like Byron Donalds, the representative Byron Donalds, he's a Black representative from Florida. His wife is one of the like co-founders of Moms for Liberty.
Oh yeah.
And she runs, I suggest everyone, there are articles written about Byron Donald's wife and they are disturbing. And she runs one of these charter school rackets in Florida, these classical education, like religious model that makes a ton of money. They're not subject to test scores. They're teaching creationism. And then MAGA's like, but why are our STEM jobs being given, but why are they being offshored? Or why are we importing people to do STEM jobs? Because these 0% in math scores isn't going to cut it.
Right.
Sorry.
It's almost like whoever was testing also had zero math scores because they couldn't even do the math to calculate the scores on the math. Like, because there is no way to have, like, that it seems like a complete impossible scenario where there's zero math score.
Did nobody take the test? I don't.
That's all. I mean, because it doesn't. Yeah, like, and and I see this like
taken the test
as someone who's going through the college process with my kids. My son is computer programming. My daughter wants to be an industrial engineer. And she's looking at colleges. She's gotten into like University of Minnesota and University of Minnesota Duluth. And, she wants to minor in German and then get the fuck out of here. Like, and I don't blame her, but women in STEM, as hard as it is, like, and navigating the costs of these colleges, even with scholarships, is obscene. But it's what you got to do. But you're making it so that kids aren't going to have that foundation to be able to even attempt that unless they come from a rich, powerful family who, let us be crystal clear, these rich, powerful families have always had access to education and education above that of most people who are in public schools. Like, they've always had that access. So this isn't like your creating a situation where the rich now have access. They've always had it, but now what they want to do is limit what poor people can do too, because they don't want poor families being competitive with their rich kids.
Absolutely not. This is just about increasing the wealth gap. I talk about it all the time. Like, I don't think that all Republicans are bigots, but I think all bigots vote for conservative policies, right?
Agreed.
They vote for things that keep the poor poor, keep the rich rich, keep, and we know that the poor in this country are disproportionately brown and black people, are women, right? Like they vote for policies that increase wealth inequality in this country. And this is our education system. I mean, we are diluting our public education system is our strongest driver of upward mobility for people in lower socioeconomic brackets, and conservatives are successfully eliminating this. I like this case study because this was me, right? Like this Angelica Zavala, a West Phoenix home cleaner, 2 daughters, found in nearby Catholic school, because these are the only private schools like on the west side of Phoenix. They're like Catholic parish private schools. But transportation issues prevented enrollment, and she's also concerned about social integration due to economic differences. That's exactly was my experience. I say this like the kids at my private school, and I'm talking about elementary school, starting in 2nd grade, my nickname, I'm just going to say, this is a real story. They didn't call me Piglet, just change that word and put an N on the beginning of it instead of the
God.
P. That was my literal nickname inside my private Christian school. That is what kids called me. It started by a kid whose dad, I guess, told him that. That's what he said. I was in 2nd grade. I had no idea what that meant, but I guess this child's dad had seen my dad and was like, oh, that's what he called me. So his son repeated it, and that's what they called me. So I completely understand this. Like, I was so scarred from being in a private school around affluent white children. Like, I like to say this, if you're biracial or multiracial, we all know exactly when we were informed we were not white. Like, you remember the second you were informed, like, oh, you're not one of us. Like, you must be confused. Like, just because one of your parents looks like us or kind of looks like us doesn't mean you will ever be one of us. And it's scarring.
I can't even, obviously I won't even pretend to know, because I don't, but that is, and I'm not surprised. I wish I were. Because obviously we know that is exactly what happens. But again, and it comes out, it's learned behavior, right? Like kids wouldn't know otherwise. They wouldn't know in 2nd grade that you were there, why you were there.
As a teacher, then I became a teacher, and kids, I became a 2nd grade teacher, ironically enough, because that's my favorite age. They're like tiny little genius humans. Their brains are like sponges. Like, I love 6 and 7-year-olds. And then I became a 2nd grade teacher, and that's when I really got it. Yeah, they're just parroting whatever they heard at home. They have no idea what they're saying. They're just like, oh, this is just what my mom said on the way to school, so I'm saying it. Yeah, that's the reality. Like, when you don't integrate kids in public schools, that was the point Joe Biden was making, where there's this quote where conservatives try to twist it and make him sound like a racist, but it's actually the opposite of what he was saying. And they still do this in Arizona. They bus kids, rather than just integrating, funding public schools in poor areas, or, they bus kids from poor areas to richer schools nearby, that aren't as overcrowded. And it's a disaster. It doesn't work. And Biden's point was instead of creating this racial divide, this hotbed of racial issues, we should have low income housing available in higher income areas, so that we are integrating schools and students from, are receiving a better education in these areas that have high property taxes. That's what he was saying. We still, to this day, he was saying that in the 80s. We still don't do that in Arizona.
Yeah, no, it's, Yeah, there's still a huge divide. And again, that's the goal, is to continue to create a wider and wider gap between the rich and the poor, and like opportunities. Like I said, it comes down to like the rich have always had access to the education. They're not doing this looking out for those who don't have money. They're doing this to eliminate the competition and to ensure that people stay poor, uneducated, and working for them.
I mean, it's exactly right. And I found this article, ProPublica article, fascinating because it was just a level of, and it was my experience in capitalism. Even when I was making a lot of money in capitalism, I had zero time to research things. It's the same thing with pre-authorizations in medical insurance. Who has time to sit on the phone for 5 hours trying to make an appeal with an insurance company when they deny your claim? Who has time during, during the operation hours of a business, when you're working 2-3 jobs, to sit on the phone or sit on the computer and figure out how you fill out these applications for the ESA program, right? Or like ProPublica was actually educating some of these women and saying, no, there actually might be of extra funds. Like you have 2 kids who are autistic. Like there are programs you might be able to apply to get them transportation. And these women are like, oh, I don't know that. I work 3 jobs.
Right. Well, they intentionally make that the administrative part really complicated and unnecessarily so, because then they don't have to worry about, these benefits being used if they make it too hard for people to do it. And it's sad because they do. I worked in medical billing for a whole lifetime, and when I tell you the hoops you have to jump through they're terrible and they're intentional. Like they don't want to pay.
Yeah, they don't we have that woman in Florida who's being charged with terrorism and is being she's on house arrest for she has never owned a weapon in her life. She has 3 children and said the words delay, deny, depose or something on the phone with an insurance company. Yeah. And is now on house arrest for teaism. And the only reason she's not in prison and she can take care of her 3 kids is because of GoFundMe. And I agree. It's if you can navigate the school voucher system, then you have to learn to navigate the IEP system and work in coordination with your insurance, right? To get access to those programs. I mean, it is a literal nightmare.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I could go on about the T charges that we're seeing with the assumed or the alleged criminal out of, from the United Healthcare crime. Because all that law is to stop an uprising.
Oh,
if the action someone is taking could result in people becoming class conscious and an uprising, then it's the T word. Because, and I just need people to understand that if the law itself is meant to keep you oppressed and meant to keep you from fighting back, that's bad. That means that the powers that be do not have your best interest at heart. That means they know what they're doing is harming you. And they don't want you to see it. And they don't want you to take action. And they don't want you to fight back. So they're going to try to make an example out of anyone who does it, including a mom of 3 who simply uttered words that were just words. It's freedom of speech. It was words in a frustrated situation where her claim was being denied and she couldn't get anywhere. And she's got 3 kids and she's just trying to survive.
And work 2
and they're
jobs.
The words, which is funny because they're the words that the insurance industry uses themselves when they brag about how they go about screwing people out of paying.
Listen to an insurance company's earnings call. It's horrific. Listen to them bragging about all the money they deny and leave on the table. And I mean, ProPublica, we were talking about this, and I don't know if we ever had Dani actually talk about it. I was covering it briefly. ProPublica did another article. Did you read it about specifically about United Healthcare denying like IEPs and the process for doing that, like the automatic pre-authorization denials of children. And these children on the spectrum were seeing huge results and then would just regress back to like pre-verbal states because the only way to get them to be qualified again to get this after school treatment would be for them to regress to a point where they're pre-verbal and show like, oh, this is so necessary. They have to literally be, lose all of the progress they've made in order to prove to these insurance companies that the care is needed.
I mean, it's no different than AB laws. You got to be sick enough to prove that you could lose your life before they're going to let you get the care you need. It's no different than financial support for people who are struggling. You have to be poor enough to get it. But if you make $1 too much, you no longer can, even if that $1 too much is not nearly enough to help you pull yourself out of that hole. Like, the systems are rigged against us. They're meant to keep us poor and sick and uneducated. Like that's just the reality. And the minute somebody acts out against that, allegedly, suddenly they're hit with the T charge because it can make people become collectively aware that that the game is rigged and lead to an uprising. And like in the movie Ants, right? Like the grasshopper, the minute they realize that we're outnumbered 1,000,000 to 1, it's done. That is the world we live in. That is the reality. If they can keep us poor enough, uneducated enough, and busy enough trying to survive, who's going to have time for an uprising?
That's when I was a teacher, like I love movies like that. There are so many good children's movies that tell the best messages that are actually preaching like interesting social concepts. That is a great example. I love that movie. This is the example I was telling you, like they're talking about the historical context of the first voucher programs and how the original intent was for people who were in low income families, aimed at, struggling public schools who weren't, because of how low property taxes were and depressed areas weren't receiving any funding. And if Arizona, and I'm pretty sure it was denied on the ballot. They tried this, I think, and don't quote me, but I think 2018 on the ballot. And they tried to make ESA available for all income. So the richest of the richest people in Arizona, even they get this $7,000 as well. And I'm pretty sure Arizona struck it down. And it was struck down in a lot of states. It was on the ballot in 2024 and was struck down in a lot of states. But that's the goal. This is not about help. If this was to help people in low income areas to supplement low property taxes where public schools aren't being funded, we should just give everyone a $7,000 credit and say, you have to spend this on your child's education in some way. If this was about helping kids who needed help, that's what we would be doing.
Well, and even if something started out with good intention, it takes no time for the right to pervert it and to make it work in their favor, right? So I love when people are like, well, it was intended to, yeah, great, but it took all of no time before it no longer was going to be effective in that way, at all. And because it's not effective, they did away with the tracking of it so that there's no proof that it's ineffective. And then they can just keep doing it based on their word that it's a good thing.
I love the name Embarrassed American. ESA is taking over our education in Arizona. Yeah, it's taken it over. We are one of the originators of the school voucher program. When I was a child, they had school vouchers in Arizona, and it's only getting worse. And that's what I mean when I say they're trying to, conservatives in Arizona keep trying to push it through. So even the richest of the richest kids who don't need a $7,000 subsidy to go to a private school they're already going to, they want to give them that money out of our public school fund. I mean, there's really no hope, right? And I thought this was also interesting, the fact that parents, right, or even anyone can go can vote for people to on school boards. You can be involved in PTAs if you don't even have a kid in public. You know, you can go advocate on school for school board things, which we realized that's what was realized about Moms of Liberty. These were people who didn't have their kids in these schools. But can we go advocate, or can we go get insight into what's going on in any of these private religious schools? No. There's no oversight. There's no test scores. There's no, here's who's working here. And we did a background check on these people. There is zero oversight whatsoever. You have to be crazy to send your kid to a place with zero oversight. There is no protecting them.
Well, and what's more, I personally think a lot of these private schools go a long way in protecting the same people that you shouldn't trust. So like, if something criminal happens, they don't want that on their record. They don't want that school to have that. So they're just going to quietly address it, move that person along, and that person will go on to teach somewhere else because nothing will be done. Exactly. And it's just like the church hides it, so do these schools, because that, it's in their best interest and the best interest of the money that they have coming in that they don't let people know that those things happened. And because there is no oversight, they can get away with it.
Yeah, that's what happens with the youth pastors that I'm talking about that were attached to the private Christian school I went to. They just were shuffled to another church, or we don't want this. This could bring lawsuits for our school and our church. So just quietly go away and you can go abuse kids somewhere else. Same thing with priests, like, oh, well, he's been doing horrible things to children here. Let's just mail him to another state and maybe he'll stop.
Yeah.
We are in hell. And this is the survey I was looking at, right? This was published September 24th. This is about Arizona. Survey ranks Arizona the worst state in the country for public education. This is the result of decades of school vouchers. If you're in a state where you're just getting involved in school vouchers, I can tell you it's gone great for Arizona. We have consistently gotten worse in every category, in our public schools and in these charter schools and in our private schools. It's not going well. This is the reality of what happens when you dilute public education, have no oversight in private schools. You end up like this. A new survey rates Arizona as the worst state in the country for public education. Arizona comes in at 51st, which I am not sure how it's even possible, below Alabama, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Idaho, according to the survey for the best states for public education in 2024 by the nonpartisan Consumer Affairs. Arizona really ranked poorly in pretty much all of the categories that we looked at. The worst states share these themes: low teacher salaries, low test scores in math and reading, and less money spent on K through 12 students. Arizona ranked dead last because of low test scores across the board and highest pupil to teacher ratio in the country, 23-1. If you're in a public school class that's 23-1, you're doing good. Like that must be balanced out in the rich areas. I don't know about those.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And I did my student teaching. There was supposed to be a teacher in the classroom with me, and I was basically left alone in an inner city classroom of, I think, first graders. And I think there were 40. There were like 4 languages spoken and me.
Yeah. Which again is only going to get worse with Department of Education being cut and all of these things where you're not going to attract, and these schools aren't going to attract good teachers. Like they can't afford to. Like even where I live, there is rumor. Of course, I don't know if there's truth, and I don't want to speak truth to rumor, but I will say that the school district that my children are going to be graduating from this year does not have a lot of money, just because we do live in a really poor rural area, and property taxes are low. Yay! But that also affects the schools. And Wisconsin does subsidize a lot, and it helps. But teachers are leaving because schools that are literally 20 miles away can offer 2 times the salary.
Yeah.
So they'll commute the 20 minutes. Like, why wouldn't you?
Yeah. And that, I mean, think about it. That is how I hate the education system. It's literally Jim Crow laws perpetuated, where poor people are living. They will have the worst teachers. They can't afford to pay the best teachers. Where the best teachers go in Arizona are, they're union places that can afford to pay the highest teacher salaries, where teachers are still getting pensions. I mean, that's the reality. We're almost to 100K. Tap, tap, tap. I really appreciate it. Tapping is clapping. I know there's 340 people in here. We can get to 200K. Dani should be here any minute. I will text her and we'll.
I think there was I saw something pop up on my screen. I'm wondering if she was running a little behind.
Oh, I didn't. In our group chat? I didn't see. I don't know. I'm on it. I don't see anything. I'm just going to text her. Yeah. She told me I talked to her last night really late, and she's coming from clinic. She had patients. So
it said, give me 10 minutes. I'll be right on. That was
here. She just requested.
That paper is more sophisticated.
I just saw her a second. I think she requested for a second and then went away. I'm sure she'll request again. Dani, request again. I saw you for a second, but you're not in the guest request. Oh, there she goes. There she is. There's our little angel.
That was 100% me. My audio wasn't working, so I backed out and came back in. How's it sound?
Oh, yeah, it sounds good.
Awesome.
So we've been yelling about school vouchers. You don't have to be, don't send your kid to school in Arizona, is what we've learned. Arizona rates.
I've been listening for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Felice was so excited to get started that we started early. And because I've been sick, I look like garbage. So I'm not turning my camera on.
I
know.
Started
We've
the
all been
live
getting
an hour early. And I didn't, that's how sad my brain is I
love it. It's been a really great, it's going really well. So
Well, yeah, I was admittedly excited to yell about school vouchers because it's ruining our education system. And just to tie this all together, again, you can't complain about H-1B visas and tech companies bringing engineers from outside of the country when you dilute our public education system and want to dilute it with schools that don't even have test standards. How are you going to learn math? We've got schools in Arizona getting 0% in math scores, which is not, I don't think, possible. So this is why they're going to continue on forever with H-1B visas. And literally when you go, in this article talking about why Arizona's 51st in school funding, they cite the school voucher program, right? They talk about it. It is the issue. And so for anyone who's just starting to vote for school vouchers, it does not end well. We've been doing it for almost 3 decades. It's not great.
Can we also just hit on the fact that ProPublica needs to be protected at all costs?
I know.
Because they're doing the work and they're bringing these things, and it's clearly pissing off the right. They're getting rid of, they're like I said earlier, Danielle, you weren't on when we were talking about this, but if they don't like the data, they stop collecting the data. And a lot of this is being brought on because ProPublica is doing the work to bring this stuff forward and give us this information. And I have to believe, even if they stop tracking it in the sort of general sense, that ProPublica is going to continue to do the investigative reporting that they do and try to get the information. But it's going to be harder because when you don't track it, there's, how do you go and find that?
Even this woman who went from a charter school that had some government oversight in Arizona to a private religious school. And this is a woman who had failed and even did an interview and was like, I can't believe how there was no oversight. I can't believe how it didn't matter what our test scores were. I can't believe how no one checked on what was going on. And that's why we need test score. We need standards. We need to fingerprint teachers. We need all these sorts of things so we can. And conservatives will block it. I think Arkansas is an example. Louisiana is an example where they tried to implement standards, and conservative lobbyists and conservatives inside the state legislatures, they also did in Arizona, killed any bills in an effort to do that. But I think we've beat that unfortunately dead horse. Dani, did you give a chance? Have you read this ProPublica article?
I have read it.
Oh, I think you're cutting out a little bit. Or is it me? So could you say that again?
The time that it came out, and I skimmed it again today because I knew that we were going to talk about it. So I haven't fully read it for like 2 weeks, but it's a really interesting one, especially if anybody is related to the military, married to the military, in the military themselves, has military family.
I had no idea. Like, I didn't understand any of this, really. I read it for the first time today. I had a list of articles I hadn't read because the last time we met was on the 17th. And this was one of the articles. And yeah, I found it so fascinating that women, like, because you always hear men in the military talking about TRICARE, and they are always saying how great TRICARE is and how this is the gold standard of insurance. This is what socialized Medicare looks like. I wish everyone could have TRICARE, but it's not so great for women, is it?
No. And the other thing is, you're in the military, you have to consider that you don't have control over where you live. So if the military sends you to Florida, if they send you to Louisiana, so it's really, really problematic. There's a lot of bases down here in Florida. The base that is around where I'm at is everybody that is a pilot in the Navy comes through this base. So if you are married to a Navy pilot, or you yourself are a Navy pilot, or you're going to be like a Navy airline mechanic, you come through this base here in Florida. So you are going to end up in Florida, which means that for several months, you are going to end up in a state that does not have access. Texas, huge base out in Corpus Christi. Texas has multiple bases. It's a big training base out in Corpus Christi. What was that, Felice?
Oh, no, I was just saying, tap the screen. Let's get to 100K, share the live. Thank you, Joanna. But not only our mods should be sharing the live, as we know, this is sensitive material. As much as we can protect the live, tap the screen the whole time, share the live, make sure we get as many people in here as possible. We're so thankful to Dani for talking about this stuff. Sorry, that's all I wanted. That's all I was thinking was let's keep tapping the screen.
So if you don't have control over where you're going to move, Texas, Florida, Louisiana, South Carolina, basically anywhere in the South, several places in the Midwest. I grew up in Nebraska that has a massive Air Force base out there. So if you are in the military, you don't have control over where you or your family live. So you could end up in a state that does not have AB access. We're going to try to be careful because the last live we did got like really angry at us. So now I'm like trying to be extra careful. But the other issue is what this article is talking about. So it's a Coast Guard commander miscarried and then she was denied AB care. So in the military, there is a rule that you cannot use federal funds to pay for an abortion, an AB, right? So the only way you cannot get an AB on a military base, even if you pay for it yourself. I am also sorry. I grew up in Nebraska. Thank you so much for your condolences, y'all. It was terrible. Not only is it freezing, but it was an awful place to grow up. So even if you pay for it yourself, you cannot get an AB on a military base. The only way that you can get an AB and have TRICARE pay for it is if it was the result of an SA or to save your life. And if you've listened to our lives at all before, you know that the threshold to save the person's life, that's a very, very high threshold. That means I cannot act unless I am sure that you are going to die if I do not act. You can't be in kidney failure, right? You can just go on dialysis. You can't be in liver failure. You can't be at risk of a stroke. I can only act if you are definitely going to unalive if I do not act, right? You can lose your organs. You can lose your future fertility. I can't act because that's not you unaliving. So what happened with this commander is that she had a miscarriage. It was an incomplete miscarriage. She had what we call, and people have heard me say this before, sometimes people get upset about it. It's just what it's called. She had what we call retained products of conception or retained products of a pregnancy. But you'll most often hear people say retained products of conception. I don't like that word because conception is a religious word and it's based in religious morality. Like conception means fertilization, right? And then pregnancy means implantation. You're not pregnant till you implant. So she had retained products of a pregnancy. You can't have that, right? If you don't expel it, you're going to go septic. You're at high risk for sepsis. It's very dangerous. So she had a DNC scheduled. She was not at risk of unaliving at this time. She had a DNC scheduled. And then the hospital called her and said, TRICARE denied it. They denied the DNC. So you can't have it. If you had it, you'd have to pay for it out of pocket. So she got denied. And then she started bleeding really heavily and cramping. Long story short, she wasn't able to get care until she was like imminently at risk of dying. Well, because now TRICARE will pay for it, right? So someone said in the comments, isn't sepsis inevitable if you don't expel it? Yes, at a certain point it is. What point is that? I can't tell you, right? It could be an hour. It could be a couple hours because I don't know what's necessarily going on in there for each patient. Every patient's different, right? But it could take hours, right? It could take a day, right? It could take a while, but like, do you want to play with that? Because anyone that doesn't know what sepsis is a systemic infection. It's a very serious systemic infection. It has a 10 to 15% mortality rate, right? So your risk of unaliving is very, very high. And even if you don't unalive, the comorbidity rate, the rate of developing a serious condition that could disable you or could leave you very sick for a long time is also very high. Sepsis damages organs. It causes your organs to shut down. That's how you die from it, right? Your organs just start shutting down because they're all infected. You've got an infection going on throughout your entire body. So if you're not treated for it, you're not going to survive. Like, and sepsis is very, very painful. That's the other thing I need people to understand. Sepsis is very, very, very painful.
I just want to say, what I found most disturbing about this case and this woman was she was in California.
Yeah.
Like that's what you need to understand about what women are like. What I mean, there's so many disturbing things about what happened to her, but it's that she was in Sonoma County, California. She had this procedure scheduled, and then TRICARE, like the military contractor that processes the TRICARE claims, canceled her appointment for the DNC and were like, nope, sorry, you don't qualify. And she's in California.
Yeah. And that's the problem, right? Is people think that, because I had said before, like, you're in the military, you don't have control over where you go, right? So let me know if I'm cutting out again, y'all. I might have to reset my internet because it just came. If you can't control where you are, because health insurance denied it. TRICARE denied it. Here.
Yeah, it's cutting out a little bit.
And then when you talk, I'll reset it. Okay, I'll reset it when I'm done talking.
Well, now it works.
So her health insurance, because I'm disconnecting and reconnecting to my network. Ever since we had the hurricane down here, this Wi-Fi networks have been a little spotty. So she got denied the DNC because TRICARE denied it. Well, DNCs are very expensive. And depending on how far along you are in pregnancy, they get more and more and more expensive the further along in pregnancy you go. So she may not have had the money to pay for it. She may not have been able to get in to pay for it. The other thing is we're talking about California. States around California, a lot of states around California do have access, but they have long wait lists, right? You might have to wait a week, 2 weeks. you might be able to call them and say this is an imminent issue, and they might be able to bump you ahead, right? But number one, you're going to pay for it out of pocket. And number two, you have to find a clinic and get to that clinic and get a quick appointment. So in the time that they were fighting the TRICARE denial, she started to get very, very sick. She started bleeding. She started cramping. And then she got so sick that she almost unalived.
Yeah, I found these. I did a summary of this for you. This was April 3rd, 2023, right? They scheduled the DNC procedure. TRICARE canceled her procedure 5 hours before scheduled time. She began hemorrhaging at home, required emergency transport to the hospital, needed blood transfusion and emergency DNC. But here's the other interesting thing about this that I found. I think it's on here. Yeah. She previously, through TRICARE, had a DNC covered by them in 2021. In this same woman's case, this is an engineer. I believe she's like an industrial engineer. This is like a senior officer in the Coast Guard. So she is a very intelligent woman who was able to advocate for herself. They did 2 ultrasounds. Oops, hold on, puzzle piece. Okay, we're good. They did 2 ultrasounds on her in 2023 to confirm there was no heartbeat. There was no chance that this was a viable pregnancy. 2 separate ultrasounds confirming no heartbeat. And we need to get this unalive fetus outside of her body so she's safe.
And just like Felice said, this is a very educated woman. This is someone that's very smart. This is someone that's gone through this before. She had the DNC approved. Or she didn't have it approved. I apologize. She had it scheduled. She had a date. She had a time. She was on the schedule, and then TRICARE denied it, and her doctor filed an appeal, right? Because I heard y'all talking earlier, like delay, deny, right? So they're delaying, they're denying. The doctor files an appeal. In their defense, TRICARE was following federal law. So somebody said, do military installations follow state laws or federal laws? They follow federal laws. But I'm unclear, and Felice, you may know, I'm unclear if she was scheduled on a military base. There are very few military bases that have a doctor that is capable of performing a DNC. Most military bases, sort of like we've talked about before, back in the day, like maybe the 80s, maybe the 90s, maybe the early 2000s. That was before I was even old enough to be involved in the military. I have now contracted with the military and stuff before to provide services. So back then, the military had some bases and they had some hospitals that had maternity wards. You could have a baby at the base hospital. Now, our base hospital here isn't a base hospital. It acts as a VA, right? There is a hospital that has primary care clinics and stuff, but they have like 2 OBs on staff, and those OBs basically just hand out birth control. They do pelvic exams, they'll do pap smears, they have a birth control clinic. They don't do babies. If you get pregnant, you go out. You go what we call out in town, right? You get referred out in town. Well, because like we talked about before, maternity doesn't make any money. It's not making anybody any money. And so it was more fiscally, I don't know if I want to say responsible, because that's not the word I want. But the military
advantageous, like they could make more money.
There you go. Exactly. Thank you,
What
Mandy.
was that
It was
term
more
you taught us? Like, was it like bones and babies, or what?
Yeah.
Can you
Bones and
explain?
babies
I think that was
I
so
think it's just funny
fascinating.
because I was born on a base hospital. So but that was in '79. Not to age myself.
See? But like
You look amazing.
they used to have them. I know, right? Mandy's fucking gorgeous.
What happened? What? You guys were sweet.
So you used to have babies on military hospitals, right? And like even overseas, like, you know, Japan and stuff like that. I lived in Japan for a little while. People used to have babies on military hospitals. When I was over there, they didn't, right? But they used to. So bones and babies hospitals, because maternity wards don't make money. They lose hospital money. So it's more financially advantageous to send people out in town. It is almost always cheaper for the military to have military doctors take care of their service members and their families, because they don't pay military doctors the same as they pay the doctors out in town. Military doctors are officers in the military, and they come in as, generally, there's different, but generally they come in as officers. And there's a program that if you're going into med school, you can sign up for the program, and the military will pay for your med school, give you a stipend while you're in med school. And then when you get out, you owe them X amount of years. Lots of people do that program. So they pay these doctors less. And so it's more financially advantageous for them to have TRICARE take care of you and your family, but not when it comes to maternity stuff, because maternity stuff isn't reimbursed very well, and it costs them more to provide the care than they get reimbursed at the bases. So now people all go out in town. So most military bases do not have a doctor that is performing a DNC. If they have an OB, those OBs are usually running like very baseline OB care clinics. They probably can do a DNC, right? They're trained to do it, but not every single base has an OB. It's very few and far between. And they cannot perform one unless it's a case of SA or your life is at risk. If your life is at risk, you're probably not sitting at the military hospital. You're probably sitting at the ER out in town.
Well, and
right?
I mean, to that point too, I mean, military SA, we know how frequent it happens, but how impossible it is to report. Like, I know people firsthand who have said I reported it and I was told, do I really want to make this a thing? Like, you find it like that's it's like any of the laws that require you to like report it before you can get that care, right? Like that's just not going to happen in a lot of these cases.
Yeah. And I'm trying to be careful. Here in Florida, I get a lot of the referrals for people that want an AB and they're in the military, and we have to send them to another state, right? Because they don't qualify for a military AB. So they have to travel to another state to get the procedure done. And that means time away from the base. That means time away from work. That means they have to take time off work. That means they have to pay to travel. They have to pay to stay there, and they have to pay for the procedure. Well, not everybody has $600 to just laying around to drop on a procedure, not to mention the cost of travel. So we're looking at like what, $2,000, maybe more? I don't know how far you have to travel, right? So it gets very, very expensive. The reason that she was not able to get the care that she needed is because she wasn't at imminent risk of unaliving. And so they had to wait until she was.
This is one of the examples. This was a military and Air Force spouse. Her name was Samantha Babcock. This is recent. She had to pay $14,000 out of pocket from a GoFundMe, right? Forced to travel from Okinawa to Portland to get the care she needed. Just to get the care she needed. This is real story that's in this article.
I lived in Okinawa. That's where I lived when I lived in Japan. Okinawa is an island off the coast of mainland Japan. It's actually a relatively decently long flight, right? It's not like, I just came back from Puerto Rico. It's about going from the U.S. mainland to Puerto Rico. It's like a 2.5, maybe 3 hour flight. I can't quite remember. So when you fly out of Okinawa, you have multiple flights to get back to the U.S. And when I was flying from the U.S. to Oki, I was flying from the East Coast. West Coast is a little bit closer. Y'all, we're still talking about like 16-hour travel times, 18 hours, 22-hour travel times when you're pregnant. And you have a non-viable pregnancy and you're traveling to get medically necessary care. Do you want to put your wife on a plane for a 22-hour travel time when she has a major health issue going on? Like,
I feel like that's one of the things you hear the pro-force birthers, like they very intentionally don't talk about. There's a clock, right? The minute you find out you're pregnant, there's a clock running, whether it's a wanted pregnancy, whether it's an unplanned pregnancy, whether it's a forced pregnancy, whether or not you're healthy or not, there's a clock. So anytime you're asking people to travel to get care, that you can't just be like, well, just, go through this process, go through that process, whatever. There's a clock running. Cause I get this argument a lot in lives. Like, well, why, I'm like, why not go through the court system then and get it approved? Do you not understand the clock? But when you are talking about somebody who has a non-viable pregnancy, their life is now every minute counts. And you're just so, you care so little about their well-being that you're just like, yeah, just travel. Just go. You don't know what's going to happen in the air at, 30,000 feet. You don't know what's going to happen on the road. You don't women should not have to play Russian roulette with their lives because of these laws, for lack of
and we're having
analogy.
Especially right now, y'all, there's the quad-demic going on right now, right? We've got norovirus, which I got over Christmas, 0 out of 10, recommend, 0 out of 10. Mandy's sick right now. So we have norovirus, we have the flu, we have COVID-19, and we have RSV. All of those things are going around right now. Do you want to put your pregnant partner on an airplane when all this stuff is going around? We just had a major case. It didn't hit the news, but at least not that I know of. Maybe it did. You can probably Google it. But we just had a major case where somebody was flying and they ended up having to do an emergency landing in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm licensed in Nebraska. And so I ended up hearing about this case. It was a woman that had norovirus, which is it's the stomach flu, right? If people ever hear of the stomach flu, the flu is an upper respiratory issue. Norovirus is what most people think of as the stomach flu. You violently vomit and you have violent diarrhea, unless you're me, and then you just get the vomiting, which was a weird thing of it. But she was very, very sick. Well, in certain cases, it can cause CNS issues, like central nervous system issues. They had to do an emergency landing in Omaha, Nebraska, because she had encephalitis and she became unresponsive. So so then imagine being pregnant on top of that. Right? So there are other risks that come with flying. If you're not well and you're thousands of feet up in the air, you're going to have an emergency landing wherever the hell you are. And abortions are only legal up until 12 weeks in the state of Nebraska. So do you really want to be tens of thousands of feet up in the air and then have to make an emergency landing in Louisiana? Alabama, you might not even get to your destination. She's flying all the way to Portland, Oregon.
Right.
I'm just speechless by this stuff. I suggest everyone read this. And I saw someone say in the comments a while back, I can't remember what the word was, not successfully, but we're outraged. What can we do? I mean, that is what the broadcast is about. Right? We're talking about real-time issues, how conservative policies are disproportionately affecting and hurting women, because that's what we're talking about. What can we do? I mean, what is the answer to that? That's what we need to critically think about. What can we do about this? Because these laws about the military and TRICARE, these have been in place long before the Dobbs decision.
For sure. A lot of this stems from the Hyde Amendment, right? The Hyde Amendment, which forbids federal dollars from being used for AB services. The Hyde Amendment is old. It's an old law, but it stops Medicaid patients from using Medicaid for AB services. It's one of the reasons that this Supreme Court case with Planned Parenthood is going up in front of the Supreme Court right now. Is it South Carolina? That is suing Planned Parenthood. And essentially what they're doing is they're trying to defund Planned Parenthood. They're saying we will not provide Medicaid dollars for Planned Parenthood to provide any services. So Medicaid, Planned Parenthood is not allowed to be reimbursed for services in South Carolina.
Did Dani freeze? Am I the only person that is not? I did. You might have.
I think she just froze.
Okay, because I was like, "Am I frozen? Are we all frozen?"
No.
Yeah, there you are, Dani.
No, it's me. It's definitely my Wi-Fi. Let me reset it real quick, Felice.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you're talking about the Planned Parenthood thing. And as I understand it, what is it? It's the appeals court ruled, that they can't do it, right? And then now the Supreme Court's going to hear it because we have multiple appeals courts ruling different things in different areas. And this is what conservatives have wanted, right? This is what they have teed up to basically say that Planned Parenthood, who doesn't just provide AB services.
Honestly, AB services are
cancer screenings.
AB services are a tiny percentage of their overall services. Like they're less than 5% of their overall services, if I remember correctly. And you're talking cancer screenings, you're talking prenatal care, you're talking counseling, you're talking STI and STD testing and treatment, you're talking contraception. Like the services that Planned this demonization of Planned Parenthood is its own thing. Like this idea, like in Wisconsin, we have many Planned Parenthood clinics, but only 2, I believe, maybe 3 now, but 2 that offer AB services. It is a tiny percentage, but the amount of good that these, but again, they are serving a low income population. There's, an underinsured population, an uninsured population. And we know the rich don't care about them.
No.
So.
And Planned Parenthood is in many places, like if y'all have listened to our live before, we talked about maternal health deserts, which means that you live in a county fully 50%. I think it's actually a little less than that because 50% is like Texas. So it's something like 38% of the US, over a third, lives in a maternal health desert. And I would Google it for you, but I just reset my internet. So if you live in a maternal health desert, you live in a county that does not have access to the full range of maternity or contraceptive access care. There's maternal health deserts and there's contraceptive deserts. In many of these places, Planned Parenthood is the only provider of reproductive care. So if you need to go get an STI screening, a pap smear, if you need a breast exam, if you need this stuff done, a lot of people are going to Planned Parenthood, and they do stuff on a sliding fee scale a lot of times. So if you don't have insurance or you have bad insurance or your insurance just won't cover your care, you can go to Planned Parenthood. So now what they're trying to do in South Carolina, and if South Carolina wins in front of the Supreme Court, it'll be allowed nationwide. Red states will no longer allow Planned Parenthood to be a receiver of Medicaid dollars. That will have a major impact on Planned Parenthood. That will essentially defund a lot of Planned Parenthoods, right? Because people with Medicaid will now no longer be able to use Planned Parenthood. So It's going to defund a lot of Planned Parenthood, but then also think about the fact that a lot of OBs are already overloaded in these red states. That we've had a mass exodus of OBs from red states. A lot of OBs have an 8-week waiting period, 12 weeks, 6-month waiting period. If you want to get in with an OB here to get a pap smear, 6 to 9 months. 6 to 9 months just to get in for a pap smear, for a common screening, right?
Yeah.
You can't get in. So now what are they going to do when they have this massive influx of Medicaid patients that they all have to take on?
Well, and
this is the
that
only
funding is what helps
care
keep
in maternal health deserts. Sorry, Mandy. In a lot of cases, it's Planned Parenthood. We talked about in rural Texas. We're not talking about AB care. This has nothing to do with that. To see any doctor, if you're pregnant, right, is over an hour drive now in rural Texas. Then we talked the last time on the 17th about pregnancy as a crime and how it's now an actual crime to not get care. But they're denying Medicaid expansion. They're trying to starve Planned Parenthood, which is some of the only care you can actually seek out if you don't have access to resources and money. So you're now a criminal while they're actually shutting down the clinics that can provide care to these people. I mean, it's a circular argument that there is no way to win.
Well, and keep in mind too, like, while they're not necessarily on Medicaid, the teenage population that this will impact which is going to result, as we're seeing with the mifepristone case that's going up again, or there's another case on that, I believe, with the Supreme Court already too, or is this the same one? I might be, my brain is so tired. Where they're, like Missouri's like, it's going to create a reduction in, teenage pregnancies. Well, teenagers utilize Planned Parenthood a lot, and thank you so much for the galaxy. And this is just more proof. Like their approach is to affect teenagers on these cases. You can't get your contraceptives, so now you can't, or the education that you need, because these states also don't want to provide education on how you can even get pregnant. It's all meant to create more pregnancies and no other option than to give birth, which then results in higher amounts of poor people and, more workers. It's all insidious. These things don't just happen chance. There is a big planet. There's a big scheme here. This is more than just one thing. They're all interconnected. And if you don't think if your teenager can't talk to you about sex or contraceptives or AB, they can at least don't you want them to have access? But no, they don't. These people don't want them to have access to it. I would much rather, if my daughter didn't feel she could talk to me, I would much rather know she could go somewhere safe and get access to it. But what's going to be left, and I think this is maybe for a whole nother life, what's going to be left are these pregnancy crisis centers.
Yes.
And they're getting state dollars, a lot of state dollars.
Redirecting them in Texas.
Yeah.
That is the literal thing. What is happening is this money they're trying to start Planned Parenthood of in Texas right now in real time. It's being redirected to these fake. They rent old doctors' offices to look like they are doctors. They are Christian, unqualified, not even nurses. Just
not doctors at all. Yeah.
Anti, pro-life people who spread misinformation, and then they're being given funding to do that. And if anyone's curious, I suggest reading. This is a 2-minute listen. This is a Washington Post article. It's very short, but what the argument is trying to be made to the Supreme Court, for our side, is just basically, do human beings have the right to choose where they get care, right? Do we have a choice, or should we all be funneled to crisis pregnancy centers?
So I just looked it up just to make everybody really mad. If you haven't heard us talk about crisis pregnancy centers, what they just said is 100% true. They rent out old doctors' offices. Their staff wear scrubs. They present themselves as medical professionals. They never say they're medical professionals. For the vast, vast majority of crisis pregnancy centers, there are no medical professionals working there. They have actually found to be harmful to reproductive health care because they spread misinformation. So they are not responsible ethically for any of the medical information they give you because they are not medical professionals. So they can tell you whatever they want. And they often tell you that condoms don't work. They often tell you that birth control is going to cause cancer. They tell you that ABs cause cancer. They tell you that ABs are going to make you infertile. There was a study done in 2024. It was released in July. In the past 5 years, crisis pregnancy centers in federal funding alone, this is not state dollars, in federal taxpayer dollars, they have received $430 million. $430 million of your federal taxpayer dollars to go to these crisis pregnancy centers that do not provide medical care. They only provide crisis pregnancy counseling, and they only provide counseling, right? No counselors work there. No, and they only provide pregnancy tests. There was a study done that showed that fully 1/3 of teenagers that went to a crisis pregnancy center for a free pregnancy test and they left, they weren't pregnant, right? The pregnancy test came back negative. 1/3 of those teenagers were pregnant within 3 months. 1/3 of them, because they tell them misinformation about birth control. They tell them condoms don't work, and they tell them that they just need to practice abstinence and keep their legs closed. So we already know that these are teens that are engaging in sex. We already know that these are active teens. They can be any age range, right? They go to the crisis pregnancy center for a free pregnancy test. They're scared. They're given a bunch of misinformation. 1/3 of them end up pregnant within 3 months. So it's actually been found to be harmful to reproductive health.
Well, and there was a woman, I had to look it up, and I'd have to do more digging to see how if the lawsuit has been completed or not. And it's the Clearway Clinic in Massachusetts. There was a woman who went because she was having cramping or whatever with her pregnancy, and they did an ultrasound. And you can't see me without my camera, but I'm doing quotes. They did an ultrasound and said, "Oh, everything looks fine." It was an ectopic pregnancy, and she died.
Yeah, that definitely happens.
I never heard about this case. Oh my God.
Yeah.
They are not medical professionals, right? And they don't want you to have an AB for any reason. So even if they found an ectopic pregnancy, they're not necessarily telling people.
And I might be wrong on this one. I might be mixing up
cases. This is a great ProPublica article. They are tracking this and doing constant, like, investigative journalism on it. And they're trying to track, like, the effects that funneling Planned Parenthood funding to these scary places in Texas is having on women. And I can tell you it's not great, right?
And I want to clarify, because I made a mistake. So the one in Massachusetts, it looks like it was life-threatening. But I do know there was another where I believe she lost her life, but I'd have to do some more researching. But this one, she lost, I believe, a fallopian tube. And like, it affects her long-term fertility and her ability to have kids in the future, because she goes to what she thought was a legitimate pregnancy center, like a Planned Parenthood, just under a different name, right? Like, she thought this was a medical clinic. They do an ultrasound. They don't have anybody qualified to perform said ultrasound. And whether they were unsure, and again, I'd have to do more research, but they were unsure whether or not the person who did it really looked and just did not realize that it was in fact an ectopic, or just did not even know what they were looking at. They just lied. They're not sure if it was negligence or lies. Either way, it was the fault of this fake non-medical clinic that this woman ended up in an emergency situation because her pregnancy was not fine. And that's what you get when you get these clinics that are not actual clinics.
Yeah, so funded, this is
funded, like insanely funded, which is that federal number, Dani, is damn. I like jarring.
It's insane, right? That's $430 million of our taxpayer money. Y'all, you can't have universal health care. You can't have child care credits. You can't have universal child care. We have to give $430 million to these. And I'm not saying it's only going to cost $430 million to do all that. I'm not that naive, right? But I'm saying we are literally sending hundreds of millions of dollars to these crisis pregnancy centers. And here, this is from a lawsuit out of the Massachusetts one. This is from that case that Mandy was talking about today. And this is from June 2023. Today,
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's from a Worcester clinic. I'm not sure if it says the name of the case. Look up, Felice. It's new lawsuit alleges actions of crisis pregnancy center resulted, and it should come right up. So it says today attorneys in Worcester, for a Worcester woman filed a class action complaint again in the Superior Court alleging the Clearwater Clinic and its employees unlawfully failed to adhere to standards of medical care, resulting in a misdiagnosis of an ectopic pregnancy. Remember, they don't generally have to adhere to standards of medical care. They are not medical professionals. They're not bound by medical ethics or a license. The ectopic pregnancy should have been terminated immediately under proper medical practice, i.e. an AB. But instead, later required invasive emergency surgery. The complaint further alleges the Clearwater Clinic engaged in deceptive practices to lure in people seeking pregnancy care and options when the clinic's true purpose is to steer patients away from choosing ABs. According to the attorney, this case is further proof that anti-AB centers like Clearway not only harm the health and safety of people seeking ABs, but also patients in need of basic pregnancy care. Anti-AB centers engage in deceptive, advertising practices to lure pregnant people into their clinics before providing patients with disinformation to persuade them from accessing AB. These facilities failed to offer safe or legitimate health services, putting patients at serious risk. When a person is seeking compassionate AB or pregnancy care, the last thing they should have to worry about is a false health diagnosis that delays or stands in the way of life-saving treatment. Our client was forced to undergo a traumatic, dangerous, and completely avoidable emergency surgery to save her life because she was deceived into going to an anti-AB clinic instead of an appropriate healthcare provider. At every step of the way, she was led to believe she was receiving appropriate medical care, when in fact she was subject to a campaign of misinformation and unfair and deceptive practices.
I didn't even
Horrible.
know about this. I don't know. It's mind-boggling. I'm gonna read all about this. Thank you for. And if anyone wants to screenshot this, if you want to use it for, or read up on it later, this is the site. It comes from a site called reproequitynow.org.
But they called us hysterical when we started talking about how lives were absolutely, positively going to be lost, whether somebody wanted to actually keep the kid or not once Roe was overturned. Like, no, that's not going to happen. That's so hyperbolic. You're just doing no, bitch, we're telling you exactly what's actually going to happen, because we know that that's exactly what's going to happen. It's not just going to be women who don't want to keep the pregnancy. It's not just going to be women who it isn't the right time in their life. There are going to be women like Kate Cox who actually wanted the kid. There are going to be other women who get pregnant on purpose to have the kid, and then something happens and they need to terminate and they can't. And now what? Oh, they're unalived, and who cares? Only the same people that were screaming about it from the beginning. Like, having these laws put in place by people who think that you can just take an ectopic pregnancy and just take it out and implant it in the uterus. It's like, what the fuck are you thinking? That's why you shouldn't be in charge of making laws and deciding what we can and cannot do with our bodies, because you have no idea what you're talking about. It's so infuriating. Thank you, Danielle. Welcome. We appreciate you, Mandy. You've been here rocking it out with us the whole time, early starting all. We love you, Felice, for providing this platform for us to get all this phenomenal information. All of you are gorgeous. Your brains are even more beautiful than your faces. Thank you so much, audience, for being here. We love you as well, chat. Make sure that you're keeping those yapping fingers tapping. We should have been at 150, but I'm going to let y'all live a little bit because it's cold outside. Get those fingers warmed up so you can keep tapping as long as yapping.
And I'll say this. Can I say something just really quick? I just want to point out, I love doing the people's receipts. It's my passion. I think it's how we all stay sane 4 days a week. But, if we can get to 600,000, in tapping in the people's receipts, we can definitely get to 300K in here. Like I argue, this is the most important information every week that we talk about. And we need to do our best. If TikTok will push out these lives for us to tap, for us to share the live. Thank you, Carl. I appreciate it. Thank you for the solidarity. Tapping is clapping. I just can't express how much I appreciate the support, because this is the stuff that matters, and we get Dani and Mandy 2 hours today, 3 hours. Sorry, Mandy. I started the live an hour early in my delusion.
Girl, I've been sick. You could have probably hopped on 2 hours early and I'd have been like, wait, what? Okay. I didn't know.
Sad it was. Couldn't even figure it out. But okay. I did see that, Sue. Sue said, I have a message to read really quick too. Sorry, I know I interrupted you. Sue said, the work you ladies do and the information you give is so important. Please keep it up. Sue, I would not be able to survive life without you. Thank you so much for your support. And that's the goal, right? January 20th is coming. We're all going to be filled with anxiety and stress, and Like, we can meet here once a week. We haven't met for 3 weeks because of the holidays. And I was saying to Dani last night, like, I just feel like this is my safe place. This is where we can come and discuss these super important issues and find solidarity and get information from a real doctor. And like, I just appreciate it so much. Like, this is the best part of my week.
Like, Danielle, I know you're already doing, if I was Christian, I would say you're doing the Lord's work out here. You're already doing the good work for the people. I have one little request. Like, can you get in the lab and get into your chemistry bag and make like soma for the women, because we need it. Like, where's the soma? We need the soma. But thank you so much for being here once again. Thank you, Mandy. I'm in Arkansas and it's 25 degrees. You're in Wisconsin and I know you're colder. I'm sick too. I feel you, sis. I hate it here.
Feel better,
Hopefully
sweetie.
it warms up soon. Thank you so much, you too. But we're going to get a winter storm Friday. Sunday we had a tornado warning and a winter weather advisory. But climate change isn't real either, right? Okay, sure. Yeah.
It's all a hoax.
Ending the commercial break. Of course it's a hoax. Just like all this, these women unaliving and all of this AB crap. You know, if something happens, even when you don't want it to, the female body has ways of shutting that whole thing down, right? That's what Republican lawmakers say, because they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Once again, though, thank you guys for being here. Keep tapping, keep yapping. Just like Sue sent Felice that wonderful Venmo, if you want to hit her up and drop some coins, her Cash App and Venmo are on the screen. If you're not in the Discord, so you can have access to all this phenomenal information that we present today on the broadcast and on the People's Receipts, make sure that you send a link. Make sure that you send a message to Felice Navidad so that you can get a link to the Discord. Thank you guys for being here. Keep sharing. We're at 416. Let's get to 500. Within 15 minutes, I feel like we can get there. We're at 142, 143. We should have been at 150. I don't know why y'all haven't gotten there yet. But you need to get on your business. Make sure that you're being actively participating in the live so that it can get pushed out and so that more people can get access to this phenomenal information from these gorgeous ladies that we're getting. We appreciate you.
I appreciate you. You're the best. I mean that genuinely. Where were we? Should we move to babies in dumpsters, the result of maternal health deserts? I mean, I want to be kidding about this. Like, I'm trying to think if, I mean, and there's another study that just came out that I can show you as well. It's interesting, like, which the Washington Examiner, that's the interesting part. I found this study because a right-wing publication published it and was talking about it. Actually, let's start with that study and then we can go to the more heavy things. Hold on a second. Let me switch because I think this is actually interesting. When we talk about maternal health deserts, when we talk about specifically Texas, right? Having just in rural Texas, there's no access. I'm not talking about to AB's care. I'm talking about to go see an OBGYN if you are pregnant, if you suspect you're pregnant, to get in to see a doctor, period, right? And so now the Washington Examiner was reporting on this yesterday. This article came out yesterday, and they're reporting on a study that shows that there's a literal exodus. What we knew before were that OBGYNs were fleeing maternal health deserts so nobody could get care from a doctor of any kind, and the care was hours away. But what this study is actually now showing is that residents of these states are fleeing in droves. Nearly 129,000 residents have moved away from the 13 states that have implemented near total prohibitions on ABs since the 2022 Dobbs decision, Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health. Yeah. So economists from the University of Georgia and the College of Worcester use the United States, which this is super smart. I love this study. United States Postal Service change of address form data to determine how many people have moved across state lines since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Since then, nearly half of all states have implemented some form of a gestational age restriction on AB procedures. And so, in nearly 3 years since the Dobbs decisions, these are the states, the 13 states. It's Alabama, Arkansas. Yay, Joanna, that's you. Idaho, Kentucky. Alabama, we learned, is the states where pregnancy is criminalized the most often. I mean, how many cases did we learn about in Alabama? It's a crime to even be pregnant there. Arkansas, Idaho, Kentucky, Louisiana, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, West Virginia, and Wisconsin. All of these states were included in the study, even if courts have thwarted the implementation of the ban, as was the case in Wisconsin. These 13 states, according to the study, collectively lost 4.3 people per 10,000 residents per quarter, approximately 36,000 residents left per quarter.
Wow.
Yeah, and this is quite fascinating. I'm going to read this whole study later. My brain isn't working so well this morning, so I only have skimmed it. But the emigration rate was lower for states that have imposed looser gestational age limits, right? Ranging from 6-week to 15-week bans. But these results were confident based upon the author's modeling. So the study shows that state level AB bans following the Dobbs decision increased net migration outflows, highlighting that reproductive healthcare access has a measurable effect on residential decisions. And this is what has been hypothesized for a long time. As doctors flee, right? Like, God forbid, and thank God for the internet, that if Dani leaves the country, we still might have her here. But I mean, she's a doctor in the South, in a maternal health desert, fighting to give care to people who can't get access to it. And she might leave the country. Like, we are losing the care that women need, right? That the LGBTQIA need. They are fleeing the South. And this is what has been hypothesized, that as doctors and nurses flee these states, so too will residents. And now this is the first study that I know of that shows that the outflow of migration is actually being tracked, that it is happening in real time. And I find this, I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't feel good about this. It is sickening, but I think it's going to take this type of result, right? Like, how many women are going to have to unalive because doctors just leave these states? There is so little care that people have to scrape together the resources they have to move.
Well, and something else that I think is really interesting is that, like, someone had mentioned they're trying to leave Idaho, and then someone else had mentioned these states are going to lose doctors. Idaho is actually one of the states that has lost the most doctors. So they, as of November 2023, they had lost 22% of their OBGYNs. And the entire state of Idaho, there's about 390,000 people that are of childbearing age in Idaho that have the capacity for pregnancy. So that's about 20% of the state's population. About 20% of the state's population is a person that is of childbearing age with the capacity for pregnancy, right? They're now down to 210 doctors as of November 2023. And it may be more now, right? That was a whole year ago. 210 doctors to service about 20% of the state's population that has the capacity for pregnancy. Now, not all of those people will be pregnant at the same time, right? But those people still need preventative care. Those people still need STI screens. They still need pap smears. They still need ultrasound. Some of them have endometriosis, PCOS. They're going through menopause, perimenopause, right? This affects all care. And here, where I am in Florida, which has 2 hospitals that have birthing floors, we'll call them birthing floors. There's 2 hospitals that have the ability for people to give birth. Both of them are religiously affiliated. So you can't give birth in a hospital here that's not religiously affiliated. 1/3 of the hospitals in the United States are owned by religious organizations, and they make billions of dollars a year, y'all. So you're already not getting AB care at those places. Where I am in Florida, most OBGYNs are not taking pregnant patients until they're through their first trimester of pregnancy, until they're at 12 weeks. Because number one, they're really busy. They've got too many people. When are you at the highest risk for miscarriage? During your first trimester, right? During those first 12 weeks. If I'm an OB, right? And I don't do any pregnancy care, right? I always tell people PhD, not MD. I don't do pregnancy care. I do sexual health care. So if you are pregnant and you need to get in to see the doctor, if I'm an OB, do I want to take on that liability, right? What if you have a miscarriage and I can't prove that I didn't provide you an AB? What if you are under my care and now I'm held liable for something that happened to that pregnancy? You're at highest risk for miscarriage within the first 12 weeks. If I do not take you on as a patient, I'm not liable for you. You have to go to the ER if something happens. And the ER then is liable for your care, right? Now, most of the time, if you're pregnant and something's happening and you go to the ER and you're like 12 weeks or less, you're not going up to the maternity floor anyway. You're usually staying in the ER and they're going to take care of you there. But if you have an OB, you're calling your OB's office and you're saying, can I come in? Can I get an ultrasound? I'm bleeding. I'm cramping. You might not have to go to the OR or OR. You might have to go to the ER. ERs are also very expensive. Your care is going to cost a whole lot more. You better hope that your insurance covers most of that, right? But if I don't take you on as a patient, you're the ER's problem in that first 12 weeks. After that first 12 weeks, your risk of miscarriage lowers. And also, if people have miscarriages in the first 12 weeks, that lowers my patient load, right? If I take on everybody before the 12 weeks and 10% of those people are going to have a miscarriage, I'm just making up numbers, y'all. 10% of those people are going to have a miscarriage. That's 10% less patient load for me. Do you see how this screws everybody? Like, this is a problem, y'all.
I saw someone in the comments asked where we can find this article or this study. The study, there's a link in this article to the study, or also let me pull this up for you guys. If you want to screenshot this is the actual study. It's from the National Bureau of Economic Research. And I think it's Janice in the comments is asking, like, what's the answer to this? The answer is we have to think. I cannot underscore the importance. And I heard Mark Elias is the Democratic lawyer who handles like the gerrymandering cases, the voter disenfranchising cases for the Democratic Party. And what I can't stress enough is state legislatures. Well, Texas is like it is, right? Idaho is like it is because of a super majority that is controlling that state, right? They have the judiciary, they have the legislative branch, they have the governor's office. We have to take back local state legislatures, right? I can't tell you Arizona is a mainly red state. I'm born and raised here. It is a red state. Our legislature is controlled by Republicans, but I can't tell you how much it has helped since we got a Democratic governor, since we have a Democratic attorney general who is willing. Her name is Chris Mays. She's amazing and she's willing to fight for women. Like, these little things, flipping local elections can be the difference between life and death.
Literally.
So, I hate saying it that way. It sounds so like I'm being dramatic, but I mean, it's not dramatic. But unfortunately, when you present this to the public, like we, the 336 people in here, I've seen the numbers. I know it is the difference of life and death. What I am watching happen in Texas is it's horrifying. I'm watching something horrifying. And this is someone asked me an interesting question, and Dani, you can think about I'd be interesting to hear what you think about this. I went to university in Idaho. I always say I had an abortion in Idaho when it was legal, when I was very young. I went to university there, and I was shocked by the amount, like the religious stranglehold that the Mormon religion has on Utah and Idaho. But you know why I think, I would say Idaho is going through a crisis, but I think we're watching Texas, the rapid descent into the hellscape there. It's actually happening faster. And you know why I think it is because of midwifery. in Idaho, right? Like Mormon women, because of polygamy, because of different reasons in Utah and Idaho. Someone said there's an underground AB network. Yeah, there are a lot of underground AB networks, but women have owned, because of polygamy, because of not being able to go to hospitals in Utah and Idaho for different reasons, for not wanting to be discovered by state governments. They have such a vibrant, like, midwifery, like, tradition there. Women are, helping women give birth, and are much more comfortable with that. I can't, like, I was fascinated by how few people I ever met in Idaho were born in a hospital.
Yeah, and I love midwife care, like, just to be clear, love it in someone that is well trained and someone that has had, like, you have to have the training, right? But birthing care was always women's work back in the day, right? Doctors didn't give a shit about us, y'all. They didn't give a shit about us. They were taking care of men. They viewed the female body and the female reproductive system as something like gross, evil, something that was beneath them, right? And the quote unquote father of gynecology, who's really the colonizer of gynecology, J. Marion Sims, he's the one that first took on OB care as a doctor thing, right? Like, way back in the day, doctors were just dudes, right? And then the medical school system started to come about. They started to formally train doctors. Doctors were men. They still didn't do any birthing care. Midwives did birthing care. This was knowledge. This was wisdom that was passed down through generations of women. How to take care of a birthing mother, how to make her comfortable, how to handle breech births, how to handle, you can get, like, your shoulder caught when you're giving, the baby can get their shoulder caught when you're giving birth, and, like, how to dislodge that from the pelvic bone, right? If you've got a shoulder stuck. And so all of these things, like what to do if there's a hemorrhage afterwards, what to do if the placenta doesn't come away. These were all things, like, if anyone's ever had a baby and they, like, massage your uterus afterwards, like, they're really getting in there and they're massaging it and they're trying to get, like, the placenta, and it hurts, right? That comes from midwifery. That comes from ancient knowledge of, like, how to expel a placenta and things like that. So J. Marion Sims actually was trying to correct vesicovaginal fistulas, which is a fistula between the urethra and the vagina. Back in the day, it was much more common. But why was he trying to fix it? Not necessarily because women were suffering, that was a part of it, but because wealthy white women were leaking urine and men thought it was gross. Men didn't want to be around their wives when they had urine stained clothing. And they thought it was icky.
About to get worse. So, trigger warning.
So they were like, let's correct this vesicovaginal fistula. And so what did he do? He didn't do it on white women. He did it on enslaved black women without anesthesia. There was one enslaved black woman that he performed this surgery on, like, dozens of times, 10 plus times, 12 plus times. So no anesthesia. And he did finally figure out how to correct a vesicovaginal fistula. But that was the moment that birthing care really started to get taken over by the medical complex. Of course, I have a book recommendation, y'all. I have a great book recommendation for this, and I will find it somewhere. It's on my bookshelf. It's an amazing book. I'll look for it in a second. But that's how this whole thing got started. So it got taken out of women's hands. It got taken out of ancient and indigenous wisdom. And it got taken over by this white medical industrial complex. And now we make women lay on their back to give birth, which is like the worst birthing position you can possibly do. And it elongates birth. We also do planned C-sections, which controversial, but right, like a lot of times we're doing planned C-sections for the doctor's convenience. That's a major surgery. And if you do a C-section, you're at risk of rupturing that uterus with subsequent pregnancies, right? So, like, this is how birthing care got taken away from women. So I love midwifery. Love it. Think it's great, right? And also, if anyone's going to save us from this, it's going to be the midwives. It's not going
It's
to
going to be women.
the medical
period.
complex.
Amen. And Penn State, I've been researching midwifery. Like, why? I don't know. But yeah, like, I mean, there are midwifery programs at Penn State. Like, it goes to Ivy League. Like, but yeah, like women in Idaho give, you know, these are women that come from a tradition of like pioneer, like no help. There's nowhere, you know, no one to call for help. Women helping women give birth, often sister wives, and have been doing it successfully for years, right? And then I don't think Dani said the actual words, but when she talks about the medical industrial complex, that's the advent of the American Medical Association, the AMA. That was the whitewashing and the gender, the male takeover of midwifery, of women helping women give birth successfully.
I can't help but like this immediately makes me think right now about, because the news just recently broke about women in Afghanistan, how weeks ago we learned that they weren't going to allow women to be doctors. I mean, we saw footage of women literally just like they were in college, you know, and bawling because they were no longer able to continue to learn that information. Now they just came out that women can't see male doctors. So you've just now made it that women can't be doctors, they can't see male doctors. So when it comes to pregnancy, you're only going to have each other to rely on. And that's not people that are trained. You know, you're going to hopefully have people that are going to know what to do. But like, they are the example of what can happen, what can come as they continue to take more and more things away from women. You create a world where women can't even be allowed to get health care properly.
Yeah, and that's why it's important that we defend Black women at all costs, right? Like we talk about this all the time on the broadcast. That yes, Black women, African Americans of all sorts, Black people who were enslaved were experimented on medically. That's what we know was going on with like the Tuskegee Institute. Thank you so much for subscribing, Sarah. Appreciate it so much. And we know that's why misogynoir is so prevalent in medicine, right? We talk about this all the time on the broadcast that it doesn't even matter for Black. They're 3 times more likely to unalive in childbirth it doesn't matter how much money they make, right? This happened to Serena Williams. You could be the richest of the rich. Unconscious bias is existing in doctors. I believe on the 17th, our last episode, I was literally crying reading an article that came out in the Washington Post where a Black woman who's an advocate for women's health and giving birth her job is to train Black women that, hey, no one's coming to save you in the birthing room in a hospital. If you do not scream, your life depends on your ability to convince someone that does not care whether you unalive or not that something is wrong. I mean, this is the reality that Black women face in America. And it's like you talk about misogynoir, medical malpractice that Black women have faced. And I can't tell you how many times in debates on this internet, like it will be completely dismissed as if I'm making it up, but it didn't happen. Right. This is why there was a doctor on TikTok. I mean, he got leveled. Maybe you guys saw this. It had millions and millions and millions of comments. This doctor, a white doctor on TikTok, made a video and said, I don't want to be rude, and maybe it's just a cultural misunderstanding, but why are Black people always on the phone with someone in the doctor's office when I have Black patients? And Black people had to explain to him, because we are not safe. We need somebody else to be listening and to bear witness what is happening to us in that room, because we have a higher risk of not making it out alive.
The book, y'all, I tried to look for it on my bookshelf and I might have lent it to somebody, but there's 2 books I recommend if you want to read more about this. One of them is Medical Apartheid. This is Medical Apartheid, The Dark History of Medical Experimentation on Black Americans from Colonial Times to Present. It's a big book. It's a heavy read. It's a phenomenal read. If you want to read specifically on race related to the obstetric care, the Medical Apartheid is the name of the book. Someone's like, what is it? It's Medical Apartheid.
I'm going to do a screenshot and put it up so everyone can screenshot it. Just give me 1 second.
That's a great one. And then Felice will also do a screenshot of this one when you have a second. This is an absolutely amazing book. I recommend it to anybody that wants to understand the roots of gynecology in the US. It is called Medical Bondage, Race, Gender, and the Origins of American Gynecology. The book says the accomplishments of pioneering doctors such as these white men is well documented. It's also no secret that these 19th century gynecologists performed experimental cesarean sections, ovariotomies, and obstetric fistula repairs primarily on poor and powerless women. Medical bondage breaks new ground by exploring how and why a physician denied these women their full humanity, yet valued them as medical superbodies highly suited for medical experimentation. It's written by a Black woman. It's absolutely amazing. I love, love, love this book. I often have it as required reading. There's Medical Apartheid.
This is
phenomenal book.
So screenshot this. I'll give it a couple seconds, but everyone screenshot this one, and then I will. Can you guys read that? Can you guys see it? Okay, good.
I'll put it in the chat too.
Yeah, and we'll. So just take a screenshot really quick, and then this one on National Books Critics Circle Award, and then this is Medical Bondage by Deirdre Cooper Owens, Race, Gender, and the Origins of American Gynecology. I would love to take a class you were this is a class you're teaching, basically. We're all, and we should be paying you way more. So thank you.
I just put them in the chat as well in case anyone, in case anyone wants to read them. But like again, warning y'all, these books will mess you up. Medical Apartheid, if anyone's ever heard of the Tuskegee experiments, this whole book is on stuff like that.
Yeah.
That is the drop in the bucket of what this country has done. Like, I just got back from Puerto Rico. I do a lot of research in Puerto Rico. A lot of people don't know that we sterilized fully 1/3 of women on the island of Puerto Rico in the 70s because we thought they were brown and poor and they didn't need to be having any more babies. We went there and against their will and did not tell them. When they had babies in the hospital, we sterilized them. And then women would go home and try to get pregnant again, and they couldn't. So they'd go back and see a doctor, and the doctor would say, well, your tubes are tied, or you've had a tubal ligation. They didn't tell these women that they were sterilizing them. They just did it. 1/3 of the women on the island of Puerto Rico in the 70s.
There are huge lawsuits in Canada for the same thing. They call them First Nationers, the indigenous population of Canada. Very similar thing. These are all, when Mandy says this is all connected, it very much is. These are social engineering projects. Well, you'll hear white women. Right. We have stories of Political Mom. If you guys know Political Mom, I love Chelsea. She'll tell you she had 4 children by the time she was 28 or 20, or 27 or something. She could not get them to tie her tubes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My sterilization came because I think I've mentioned this with my twins. I had postpartum cardiomyopathy. So basically it's a rare pregnancy complication where I went into heart failure. They figured it happened with my first birth and it was too mild to catch. By my second with my twins, technically my third or fourth, because I had a couple miscarriages, but it was with my twins. It was so severe that I could have died. I still had to wait until we had plenty of evidence that my endometriosis and my endometriosis was so bad and I was so miserable and I was having, periods for 2 weeks at a time and then a 2-week break and then 2 weeks, that they finally were willing to allow me to get the hysterectomy that I needed. And I was like, I literally am not allowed to have more kids. And yet you made me jump through these hoops. And yet they will sterilize Black and brown women against their will without them even knowing.
I'll go back to the first book. Here's the first book. Sorry, I'm just reading a comment. This is the first book again, if you didn't get a chance to screenshot it.
So I said the 1970s, I think through the 50s, 60s, and 70s, we also used the women of Puerto Rico as test subjects for birth control pills. Your birth control pills that came out in the 1960s, right? 1960s, birth control pills were approved. Who do you think we tested them on? The brown women of Puerto Rico, right? That's who it was tested on. If anyone wants to see something about this, it's really beautiful. I highly recommend it. I cried. There's a very short film about this. It's about 15 to 20 minutes long called Para Rosa, for Rosa, P-A-R-A, Para Rosa. And it's about this. It's about a woman that had a baby. She was married. She had a baby. And they sterilized her and she didn't know it. She and her husband kept trying to get pregnant. She went back. Yeah, Para Rosa. People are typing it correctly. That's exactly what it's called. She went back. She tried to get pregnant, went back to the doctor, found out, and it seriously affected her and her family. It seriously affected her marriage, right? Because also what Marianismo occurs in Latino populations, right? Marianismo is this, it's the opposite of the machismo. So if anyone wants to look up Marianismo, I highly recommend it. One of the tenets of Marianismo is being this mother figure, right? It's the deification sort of Mary and placing women on these pedestals as if they're married. Well, being a mother is highly valued in these cultures, right? And people often have multiple kids. They were sterilizing people after one child. So imagine you get married and you're young and you're in your 20s and you have one child and you and your husband are trying for another child. And through no fault of your own, you've been sterilized. Your husband can't have any more kids. You can't have any more kids. This seriously affected people.
This is the show. This is the documentary.
And I mean, it really comes back to, again, to the, like, our autonomy and how the same people who are forcing women to give birth are the same people that I guarantee are the same types of people that were participating in sterilizing a third of Puerto Rico in the 70s. Just using the same, basically the logic of, well, we don't want them to have more kids. They've had enough because of racism and that sort of thing. Like it's never about life. It's always about control and controlling the outcome.
Yeah, social engineering.
Exactly. It's eugenics, right? These were poor brown people, but you didn't care about their sterilization. Like white women can't get sterilized, right? You can't get a hysterectomy. You can't get a tubal ligation, but they were doing it against people's will in Puerto Rico. Well, they're brown and they're poor. They shouldn't be reproducing like that.
And this was which I didn't, if you mentioned, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. This happened to women in Los Angeles County at USC Medical Center. The Madrigal 10, a group of women who were 10 of many Latinas sterilized without consent while giving birth at Los Angeles County USC Medical Center during the 1970s.
Yeah, I mean, if it's really about women's health, if it's really about keeping women safe, if it's really about, well, we think that women should be birthing babies and blah, 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 then what's all this about, right? Like, what's all this?
And if you talk about, we're hysterical, right? Which hysteria was a mental health diagnosis, which turns out Freud correctly identified as women who were being SA'd. And we're very upset about it, right? Hysteria is the Greek word for uterus. That's another insult to women, right? Women were being treated awfully inside of lifelong marriages. You know, there was no divorce. They were experiencing tons of abuse, and then they would be diagnosed as hysterical. And they said that what am I trying to say? Like, what was it? It was like floating around the body is what Aristotle said or something. Like,
yeah, the uterus was wandering around the body, wandering uterus.
Yes, a wandering, thank you. I was like floating around, a wandering uterus. That was the diagnosis when women were being abused, a wandering uterus.
I want that on a t-shirt.
I know. We should. We have to get merch for this show for sure.
I travel so much for work. If I had that on a t-shirt, I would wear it every time I was in the airport. Wandering uterus. Like, I would just wear it in the airport every time I travel.
I can still wear it even though I don't have my uterus, right?
For sure.
My uterus has gone wandering God knows where.
Yeah,
I don't even...
out to lunch, back soon.
And hysteria wasn't removed from it didn't come into the DSM. The DSM is what I use to make diagnoses because I diagnose mostly mental health issues. But it was put into the DSM, I think, in the late 60s. Hysteria wasn't removed until 1980. So, like, 40 years ago. Y'all, 1980 it was removed. So, and they replaced it with conversion disorder, which if anyone doesn't know what conversion disorder is, that's basically saying you are creating an illness with your brain, right? Like you're paralyzed, but there's nothing wrong with you. It's all in your head. Now, conversion disorder can be a real thing, but guess who's diagnosed with conversion disorder more? Women.
We're just hysterical. We just whine too much, right? That's why women are disproportionately denied pain medication. I just wanted to show this, the Marianismo, because I thought this was so interesting. This is from Wikipedia, right? These are the 10 commandments of it. Don't forget the place of the woman. I can't even go on. We should stop there. Don't give up your traditions. Don't be an old maid, independent, or have your own opinions. This is how women support machismo values inside of Spanish speaking culture. Like, that's why I'm so fascinated by like Republican or conservatives misunderstanding that people that come from Spanish speaking countries are on average much more conservative than here. This is the BS that was ingrained in them, right? These were indigenous people living south of here. The Spanish Europeans came in and said, we're going to create these values, centered around patriarchal Catholicism, Christianity, right? We're not going to let them mention their polytheistic gods. We're not going to let them speak their language. We're going to do forced conversions to this BS, right? A lot of the indigenous societies, some of the ones I visited in the Amazon when I was wandering around South America, are matriarchal, right? They're centered around women, not men. And that was unacceptable, right? When assimilating indigenous cultures, you have to stamp out those beliefs that women are almost godlike. And a lot of indigenous cultures in South America saw it that way. Or have your own opinions. Don't put your needs first. Does it sound familiar to anyone else? Don't wish anything but to be a housewife. Don't forget sex is to make babies, not pleasure. Don't be unhappy with your man, no matter what he does to you. Don't ask for help outside of your husband. Don't discuss your personal problems outside of the house. And don't change. This is like,
and there's
this is how I grew up. This is how I grew up. This is why I'm like this.
So Felice and I grew up very much the same, Mandy. I think we all grew up a little bit, like not a little bit. We all grew up very conservative, right? With like conservative families. There's also 5 pillars of Marianismo, which I think are really interesting. And you like relate these to general US culture, y'all. You hear men say this on the internet all the time, right? One of them is familismo, right? Family comes first, always the family. Right? Center the family. And if you think about Latin cultures, they are very family forward. They are very family focused, right? And then the next one we have is respeto, which means respect. You deserve respect. Men deserve respect. They deserve respect over you. Men are to be respected for their authority over you. And in order for them to respect your humanity, you must respect their authority, right? They will not respect your humanity unless and until you respect their authority. And the second you don't, they don't respect your humanity anymore, right? And then I'm going to go back to the like spiritual. One of the pillars is being very spiritual. Women are often the religious heads of the household, right? Simpatia, which is essentially valuing peacekeeping and kindness, right? So these are the 2 that I think are most interesting, is the self-silencing and the simpatia. Simpatia means keep the peace. So silence yourself. As a woman, if you disagree, if you have a thought, if you don't like the way your husband's treating the children, if you don't like the way your husband's treating you, you are supposed to be a self-silencing woman. A good woman is always self-silencing. She will always be deferential. This is no different than American culture. This is exactly what men, especially men in the manosphere, say that they want from women. They want you to be self-silencing. They want you to defer to men. If you have a problem with something that the men do, be quiet. If he's cheating on you, be quiet. Be a better woman. If he's out drinking all the time, be quiet. Create a better home environment, right? Like, it's no different. But we also know that the self-silencing that comes from this creates depression in women, creates anxiety in women. It creates health issues. Why do women have more autoimmune disorders? Because we self-silence from like 5 years old.
Preach.
And there are studies that show this constantly. We are making ourselves sick by being quiet.
I can't even express to you, like, this is how I grew up. You mirror what the trauma you experienced as a child. You're in this repeating cycle unless you start looking into psychoanalysis and really understanding where these patterns are coming from. I always say, like, the way my brain works, I see the world in patterns, and self-silencing is one of my biggest issues that I'm constantly, one of the neural pathways I'm trying to undo in myself. Like, if somebody mistreats me, I'll be inside of a relationship and I will be abused. And if I tell somebody else about it, if I go outside of my relationship and share that with someone, the fear and guilt that I experience is, I can't even express it. I feel like I have betrayed everything I have ever been taught, right? Because this is how I was taught. You wear a mask. There's horrible things going on inside the family unit, inside the home. You walk outside and everything's fine, right? Like, I
don't air the dirty laundry.
Eyes. Yeah, you do not talk about it, right? And if you do, you've betrayed your entire family.
And I saw someone on here, like, Brooke, I'm sorry, I'm going to talk about your comment because I think it's important. Brooke said, I had a father that was an alcoholic and I have massive health issues. There's a great book called The Deepest Well. It's written by a Black woman who's a doctor. She talks about that kind of stuff. She talks about, like, the ACEs study, the Adverse Childhood Experiences study, and then she runs a clinic healing people's trauma to try to heal their body, right? And the whole book, The Deepest Well, is about how trauma, how kids who have parents who are abusive, kids who have parents with mental health issues, substance use issues, kids that were bullied, that were treated really poorly, right? Kids that had parents in prison or something like that. They develop serious health issues. And then doctors are looking at them going, why? We don't really understand why. It's linked to this stuff. And I diagnose sexual health concerns, right? So one of the tenets of Marianismo is chastity. One of the tenets of Christian culture in the U.S. is chastity.
Yes.
Abstinence only education is the most popular. Do you have any idea how many women I diagnose with painful sex, vulvodynia, vaginismus, women that can't get wet, right? Why? And then their husbands are like, fix her. She's such a problem, blah, blah, blah. This is why. Because it's linked to shame, right? When you're raised in a religious culture and you're only linked to sex as dirty, bad, wrong, shameful, you cannot flip a switch and erase that when you get married. So then people get married and they try to have sex and they have vulvodynia, they have vaginismus, they have a lot of different pain when they try to have sex. It is your brain responding to that. It is your brain holding on to that intense shame and then your body responding. So we do things like EMDR. We do things like therapy, right? Yes. We reprocess those things. I do EMDR treatment. So
I do it too.
This has real life impacts, right? I do EMDR treatment as a patient and I do it as a practitioner. So it's really important. Like, this stuff affects people long term. And then we put them in relationships with these men that are told that they should be able to get sex whenever they want. And they're pissed off that their wife has vulvodynia or vaginismus or can't have sex or, like, shuts down every time they had sex. Well, you did this.
Just can't. I mean, like,
I'm being really
I love
quiet
this show.
because, like,
I
I'm having
feel so seen.
moments.
Yeah, exactly. I feel so seen. Like, this is why the broadcast is the best part of my week, because it's when we can all come together. Yeah, EMDR. I have been in 6 years. I talk about it all the time. I've been diagnosed with CPTSD, PTSD. I mean, like, the amount of trauma I was exposed to. I remember the first time the doctor was like, just doing an intake and was like, "Are you depressed?" And I was like, "No." And the doctor just looked at me and, like, there's that test where they read you the different points of depression. And I was like, well, I have all those. And he's like, yeah, because you're severely depressed. And I was like, well, if that's depression, I've been like that every day of my life. And he's like, yeah, I think that's something to think about. Like, and I had no idea. Like, I was so repressed. I had grown up like, you bury it deep down. And I talk about it 4 years ago. I almost died. I wholeheartedly, and like many doctors that know me, like my neurologist is one of them, who's like, yes, this is linked to your trauma, your mental health. It was basically, my body was just like, hey, you're going to be no longer alive, or you're going to change, or or we're getting help. Like, you can choose. Like, quite literally, my body, like my brain started, like my nervous system started like attacking my body.
Yeah. And like that speaking up that you were talking about, like if anyone, and like y'all sound off in the comments, because I know Felice and Mandy and I are not the only ones, when you as a woman try to speak up and you get that like fight or flight feeling, right? You get that response coming up in you. That's coming up because when we were raised, it wasn't safe for us to speak up. We were supposed to be self-silencing. We were supposed to be complacent, right? But uncomfortable and unfamiliar doesn't mean unsafe. It did then, but it doesn't now. So what you're feeling now is, I wasn't safe then. But what you would kind of reprogram your body, uncomfortable and unfamiliar doesn't mean unsafe. Unfamiliar doesn't mean unsafe. It is unfamiliar to you to speak up. It is unfamiliar for you to use your voice. And your body's going to go, this is unsafe, right? Fight or flight, because it made sense then, but it doesn't make sense now. So uncomfortable doesn't mean unsafe. And yes, there will definitely be times that we as women look around and go, it is not safe for me to speak up right now, right? And like, pay attention to that. Know when it's safe for you to speak up. But when you start feeling that feeling in your chest, like, we got this, right? Like, talk to that inner child. Someone said like IFS work, internal family systems, like talk to that inner child. I got this. We got this. This is now. We are uncomfortable, but we are not unsafe, right? Use your fucking voice. And the more you do, the more that voice in you is going to be like, she's got this. She's got me.
Did you just bring up internal family systems? Like, I love you. Like, that's when if you're not familiar with what Danielle is talking about, it's like in these moments of severe trauma in your life, and this might really resonate with some people in here. I think it happens a lot to women. Little parts of you splinter off, right? They're your inner children that kind of create this separate set of rules and say, I'm in a crisis right now. I'm going to create this separate set of rules to survive, right? And these parts splinter off, and it's, some people have 1, some people have 3, some people have 10. And it's just these different, like, inner children that were living in you that said, hey, I'm in a crisis and I am going to find a way to survive through it. Right. And like, that is like, when you talk about internal family systems, it's about reintegrating yourself with yourself, like not blaming yourself, not blaming, because some of these inner children, maybe they're acting out. It's no longer appropriate because you're not in a survival situation anymore. So you're lashing out. But it's not about being mad at your inner children that helped you survive. It's about thanking them and say, hey, I could not take care of myself then, and you carried us through, but like, we're no longer in a crisis. Like, I'm an adult now and I got this. Like, thank you for what you've done. Like, and I'm going to drive and you get to have a break. And like, understanding that about myself, that I had all of these splintered parts of me that were still in survival mode, behaving insanely, like, really helped me. When I started, just one more thing, when I started doing lives on TikTok, I would have panic attacks for hours after. And I didn't understand why. And my therapist helped me to see it's because, just part of my survival skill set that I had learned as a child was you don't say the truth out loud. You bury everything down, and that keeps you safer. Like, because my abuse started so young, I was, you hear about fight, you don't hear about fawn a lot. But when you're a child, if you cannot run, right? If running is not an option and you're too small to fight, like fawning, right? If you endear yourself to your abusers, if you can make them love you, then maybe you can be abused less. Like, that's the theory. So part of me fawning, that's like what we call pick-me's. That's an actual survival strategy. We call women pick-me's and say, what are they doing? Why are they cozying up to men and behaving like this? It's actually a survival strategy that someone needs to recognize and unravel in themselves. And I had to recognize that. I started speaking out about my political views on lives, and every bone in my body was saying, you're not safe. You're not safe. Something horrible is going to happen because you're now saying what you really think. And men aren't going to like that. And you know what happens when you say the truth. You've learned that lesson. And I'm like slowly still in real time, like my voice is shaking. I get scared thinking about it, but it's getting better. And these types of lives help me get better. So thank you guys so much.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
And IFS, some people are like, what's IFS? It's internal family systems, and it can be integrated into EMDR if appropriate and if the clinician is trained to integrate it, right? Like, you can do IFS on its own. You can do EMDR on its own. If you've done IFS already, you can integrate that into your EMDR sessions. If you have a therapist that's trained in both, they can try to integrate it in there for you. But you should probably have a decent baseline understanding of IFS, because it does use a lot of, like, for lack of a better word, jargon. There's a lot of very specific language that go like your inner child, right? Talking about like, oh, your inner child, and like, what reaction is that? So there's a lot of language that goes along with it, but there's books on it. You can read books on IFS, just like you can read books on like the deepest well, on trauma and things like that. There's IFS journals out there. So all of this stuff. And even if your therapist isn't trained in internal family systems, get yourself an IFS journal and discuss it in therapy. Like, we are trained to discuss family systems, right? It's just that IFS is a very particular training and very expensive. So is EMDR. I paid like $5,000 to be certified in EMDR. It's ridiculous.
It is so hard to find a good therapist. I mean, that is and it's all very intentional, right? Like, think about this. We're the only number one gross domestic product in the United States. We're all dying inside, right? And have no access to mental health care. Something's got to give. Yeah. We are, sick. America, mentally, we need help.
Yeah, and we don't have a good mental health system, right? The only time you really get mental health care in this country is if you're in serious crisis.
Yeah, I mean, I was on death's door. I went into a coma, had to come out of a coma. I wasn't supposed to survive. And that's when they're like, oh, you need help.
I've had a really hard time finding a therapist here that isn't religion-based.
I imagine.
Or a man. or a man.
And you got to ask those questions.
Religion-based.
Don't be afraid to ask the question, find the right person for you, because there's no point. Exactly what Mandy said.
I don't want your religion to work its way into your care for, because I don't believe in that. So for me, that's been the biggest struggle, and I continue to search for somebody that's a right fit for me, but I, make sure I still prioritize it the best I can. But when you live in the middle of nowhere, Wisconsin, finding one that's accessible, and that's why, thank goodness for things like telehealth, but even a lot of those aren't necessarily covered. So it's a whole thing. But I prefer to be in person with my therapist. I prefer to get myself out of the space that I'm in all the time, because I can use this space to this space can be a place of great comfort, but it can also be a place of great stress. So if I am in this space and I'm stressed and I'm worried about dishes that aren't done, or the dogs that need something, or, whatever I'm distracted by, telehealth just doesn't work great for me, because then I'm not really present in the session. So for me, it's just a matter of finding somebody that isn't, or that maybe they can have a religious belief. I don't care about that, but I don't want it to be part of my therapy. That's not, for me.
Sorry, Mandy. If you have a religious belief, I better not know about it. I better not know about it.
Right. And unfortunately, a lot of them around here are extensions of churches, and it's just really hard to find care, especially because if it's not, the one I did met was a man, and I could never let my guard down. And I had to really figure out why that was. And really it just came down to, I just was not comfortable being really honest with a man. He was a perfectly lovely person, but I had too much trauma from men and too many experiences where men would get mad or would be dismissive or would not listen. And I just could never let that guard down to be completely honest. And that's only cheating me at that point of getting care. So therapy is seriously difficult to find. And that's with good insurance. That's with coverage. And, I can't even imagine if you don't have that, or if you don't have access to it, or if you live somewhere where it doesn't have access. And, I have plenty of stuff I still need to work through as a grown-ass adult. And I'm working on, because I am the child of 2 alcoholics. And I have experienced a lot of shit at the hands of that. And I just, continue to do that. I'm so glad
we met, the 3 of us met, and all of you guys in the chat. I just can't express how great it is to feel like we are building this community and to be seen. This is for me anyways, finding this community. Like we said, how hard it is to find a therapist. I grew up in Arizona. I've never felt like I met people that understood me until the TikTok algorithm. And it has been the gift that keeps on giving. I talk about it. I went to intensive outpatient therapy for PTSD. It was me and a bunch of veterans, and exactly what you're describing, Mandy. It was like being at school almost. We had lockers and backpacks, and we had 6 periods, right? And we'd go from group therapy to individual therapy. And when I was with male therapists, they noticed, they talked to me about it. They were like, we don't think you should have individual therapy with male therapists anymore, because it was almost like I would become a different person. It was scary, you put on a mask and you're like, everything is fine. I'm fine. The day is great. Because I felt so unsafe that I would literally slip into a character and pretend everything was okay. And then I would see a woman and I would just unload, and they'd be like, hey, we don't think it's healthy because you can't be yourself around a male therapist.
I found myself more prone to crying with men versus communicating. So my emotions would get away from me. So I would try to express myself, and then I would end up so overwhelmed because I just didn't feel like I could express myself freely that the tears would come. Those frustrated tears where you're just like, I don't even know why I'm crying right now. But crying can be really great in therapy, but it's not if it's not productive. If you're just really emotional, but you can't really explain why, or you can't find the words. And I found it was just this weird, the sort of fear response of to your point, it was I got too overwhelmed with what I was feeling to actually be productive and express it. It wasn't conducive to me getting anywhere. I felt like we were always rehashing the same things. Felt like I was always just sort of pulling in when I remember very clearly, there were things I wanted to say, but just wouldn't say them because this is a man. He's not going to understand this, or he's going to think this is, or I didn't even think about it that much. It was just, this is a man. I'm not going to say this. It's just,
I had a male therapist say to me, and I swear, I'm expressing my, just the fears that women have in today's society. And he said, well, the answer for you is you need to stop watching TV and stop watching the news. And I said,
as if we don't live this every day.
I said, I'm sorry, what? And he said, well, obviously you're getting a lot of your stress because you're so immersed in politics. And I said, hey, you have the privilege that you're not in a situation where the political climate affects your rights as a human. And I was like, I think you need to expand your mind and imagine a world where I have to follow politics because I may wake up and not have rights to my body. And in fairness, he did, kind of apologize to me and say, I haven't thought of that perspective. But yeah, that was the last time we had a conversation.
Yeah.
He hadn't even thought
the fact that he didn't think about it.
Wild.
Stop watching the news. Okay, some people can't
Go live in a cave and pretend that nothing is going on. What? That's not an option. You've only got the option.
I do think a lot of times what I've seen is women will, when they're communicating with a man, and again, I'm not throwing any particular therapist under a bus, but history, right? Like your body is responding based off of patterns that you have experienced. So if you're in a room with a man, a lot of women, when they're not feeling heard, they're not feeling listened to, and they get frustrated, they cry. They cry. Like a lot of women will say, I don't cry when I'm sad. I cry when I'm mad or when I'm frustrated. So if you don't feel heard, you feel frustrated, you start crying. You are a lot more likely to feel like you're going to be dismissed or feel not heard or understood. You're a lot more likely to not trust that a man is going to work to understand you. So if you're not feeling heard or listened to by a man, you're more likely just to be like, he's just not going to get it. Like he's going to invalidate me. He's not going to work to get it, right? But if that dynamic happens in the therapy room with a female, often they will continue to work to communicate through their feelings. And the female therapist will be very patient and be like, it's okay. Take your time, cry it out. That's fine. I'm right here. I'm ready when you are, right? And then you eventually work through it and you communicate because you trust that this woman is trying to hear you.
Yeah.
But you don't necessarily trust that this man is, right? So, and then whether or not that man deserves that or not is a totally different story. This therapist very well may, like yours did, Felice, or they may not, but the dynamic is happening.
Yeah.
Right? So if the dynamic's happening, you need a different dynamic, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think it is so important. Like therapy is, you are shopping, right? You got to find the right person because you could sit through therapy for years. And if you don't have someone who's listening and can validate you and is seeing you and hearing you, you're just you're throwing money down the drain, 100%. I was one of the kids, I begged for therapy as a child. I desperately needed it. And I was sent to that same church where the same youth pastor abused me, and so I totally know when you're saying like, I don't want to know if someone's religious. Yeah. You're just told, give it to God. Give it to God. Like you guys are employing the person who abused me. Like, why don't you give him to God permanently forever?
And someone had said Psychology Today is a great place to find a therapist. It is. It's a good place to find a therapist. Psychology Today, you can filter by male, female. You can filter by like LGBTQ specialty. I think there's an EMDR filter on there. You have to see a therapist that is licensed in your state. Your therapist's license is connected to the state, and they must be licensed in the state that you are physically located in at the time of session, right? So I'm licensed in multiple states. I don't have to be in Nebraska. My patient has to be in Nebraska, right? I can be anywhere. I'm licensed in Nebraska. My patient has to be in Nebraska. I do telehealth. So your therapist has to be licensed in the state that you are physically residing in. If you do not have health insurance, I don't take health insurance. I am a cash pay only practitioner because insurance companies are freaking awful and none of us want to deal with them anymore.
You're about to have us all begging you for therapy.
I am expensive, guys. I will fully admit that I'm expensive, but I do sliding fee.
I know. I know exactly. Same woman, the best therapist I ever knew, cash only, very expensive because she's amazing.
That paper is
They're expensive, but another place, if you need low cost therapy, please, for everything, do not use BetterHelp. Do not use those. They are literally stealing your money. They are expensive. It is ridiculous. And they are licensed therapists, but they treat their therapists terribly and they pay them terribly. So it's just another healthcare system that's stealing your money and stealing money from therapists and not paying them appropriately. What you can do instead, and it is often cheaper, is going to OpenPath. There's a company called the OpenPath Collective. And I can put it in the chat or Felice can pull up the website. OpenPath Collective is licensed therapists. They do not collect money from the therapist, right? It's a system just like Psychology Today. So it's a list of therapists that operate on a sliding fee scale. So like someone just said, they paid $400 a month for BetterHelp. The sliding fee scale on OpenPath, I believe at this point is $40 to $80. Therapists themselves will set their price within that range. You find your therapist, you email them, you say, I'm coming to you from OpenPath, or you can send it straight from the OpenPath website and it will say that it's coming through OpenPath. And you then have a relationship with that therapist. That's it. Open Path is out of it. They're gone. They're not involved. You and that therapist agree for a set period of time, usually 6 months to a year, that they're going to be on this sliding fee scale. And then usually you reevaluate your pricing or whatever at the end of that time period. And sometimes you kick it for longer. I have patients that have been on a sliding fee scale with me for 4 years, right? So there's Open Path. You can find a therapist. It's cheaper than BetterHelp. They're a real licensed therapist. There's no middleman. Your therapist gets the money that you pay 100%. And you get sliding fee therapy.
A lifetime.
You get a lifetime. You do have to pay.
Wow. Lifetime membership is
so
$65. I didn't know about this. Thank you for this resource. This is amazing.
Mm-hmm. It's a one-time membership fee of $65 to access their database of therapists, and you never have to pay again. Therapists do not get that $65. It's $65 to keep the site up and running, right? But then you will email the therapist, and then Open Path is out of it. You and the therapist develop a relationship and do all of that. It's cheaper than BetterHelp, and you're removing the capitalist middleman taking all the money.
That's an incredible resource. Thank you, Dani.
They don't take insurance. Obviously, that's why it's on a sliding fee scale. But I know a lot of people's insurance don't cover mental health care, or they can't get it to work or whatever. I have an Open Path profile. It's turned off right now because I'm not accepting new patients from them at the moment. So all of the therapists that you currently see on Open Path should be accepting new patients, because you won't see me on there because I'm not accepting new patients, right? I am, just not through Open Path at the moment. So everyone on there should be accepting new patients as long as they have their profile up to date.
I think we should start doing more. We'll have more conversations like this in the future. And I just want to say, I think, our community is, a lot of people in here are highly intelligent. And if you're like me and you see the world in patterns and things, I've also found it really helpful to read some basic information in medical studies about psychoanalysis, to learn more about how to look into yourself and identify what's going on in your subconscious, right? And I have found that to be, it's free work you can do on yourself, right? Like have a shadow journal, for instance. And once you start to understand those basic things and sort of identify what's going on with you, it's work that you can sort of do on your own. So when I find helpful articles and things about the subconscious, about, and things of that nature, I will share those studies with you as well. Cause research, knowledge is power, and it's helped me so much along my journey. Cause there's times I can afford therapy and there's times I cannot, and I have to figure out other ways to keep growing. So.
And also communicate with your therapist. Right? If I have someone that says, I can't afford to see you except once a month, then I'm like, okay, let's put a lot of homework or whatever it is that you're comfortable doing in there in that month, right? What books do you want to read? What articles do you want to go over? Do you want to do journal prompts? Do you want me to give you homework? Do you want me to give you YouTube videos or something like that? What do you want to work on? Great. Go and review this content. Next month, we're going to talk about it. Tell me what came up for you. Tell me what was hardest. Tell me what sparked something in you, right? So communicate with your therapist. And it's definitely true that, if you tell me I can only see you every other month, then I'm just going to be honest and be there's only so much work we can do every other month, right? And let me know if and when you can bump that up, right? But just be honest with them about where you are, about how much you can afford. Most people will try to work with you. And someone did say a lot of therapists are going cash pay only. That's true. Insurance companies hate us. They hate us. They don't pay well, and they do clawbacks on therapists a lot. Clawbacks is when they've already paid us for a claim. They can go back 10 years. I knew a therapist in Nebraska that had a $27,000 clawback from an insurance company. She didn't have that money. They went back 8 years and tried to uncertify claims. And she tried to take them to court, and they settled out of court for $13,000. Anyone got $13,000 sitting around to pay to a multi-billion-dollar insurance company for services that you already provided and they already approved and paid you for? This is totally legal, right? So that can kill you. That can kill your practice. That can kill your finances. for years, right? Like, so that's why a lot of therapists are no longer working with insurance companies because they don't reimburse well. They require you to do a ton of paperwork. They require you to continue to justify your patient's care. They also ask me, I do sex therapy, y'all. They ask me for way too many details about my patients. A lot of my patients are trans, gender nonconforming. If you see your notes from your therapy session, it's literally like, saw Felice today, discussed family issues. Literally, it's 3 sentences long. My notes are 3 sentences long because that's all the state requires. They require me to say that I saw you, a brief idea of what we talked about, and the follow-up plan. Gonna see Felice next week. It's 3 sentences long because I will be damned if I put something about a gender nonconforming or transgender client in their medical notes in the state of frickin' Florida. So like, look at my medical notes, right? Subpoena them in court. They're going to be really boring. They're 3 sentences long. They're not going to say anything to you, right? But I can do that because I don't work with insurance companies. If I worked with insurance companies, I'd have to give you all this stuff to your insurance company.
I love that. I think this is great. We're going to have to do something in the Discord. Someone was saying DBT saved their lives. I love DBT. I found it so helpful for like just, learning to deal with therapy. I have these amazing DBT like daily flashcards. Maybe we could do like a meeting once a week around DBT. That would be super cool. I love that there's such an interest in this. And Dani, maybe you could give me some guidelines or ideas, or we could all do journaling prompts or things like that. Like this could be really cool.
Somewhere in here, I have a DBT workbook and it's huge. So I'm like looking on my bookshelf. I'm like, why can't I find it? It's giant.
Yeah, at this point, I'm going to have to turn into Walter White so that I can get my funds up and see Danielle like 3 times a week. I love that you're expensive because, the price is the price. Is the price
Amen.
When you're good, as it should be.
Charge what you're worth, ladies. Charge what you're worth. We are priceless.
And I hate to drop, but I do need to get going for my appointment.
Sorry that I made you stay here for 5 hours. Mandy's been here since like 9 a.m. Thank you, Mandy, for
gave my
not making a big deal about me not being able to tell time. You're amazing.
It's fine. I was just being I have stuff I should do, but I've been sick, so like this was the most productive I've been in a couple days.
You're amazing. I just can't express enough how much I'm glad to have met you, Mandy, and like what we're doing here is great.
I'm so glad to know all of you. You're all incredible women. So, and I'm thankful for all of you. Joanna, that includes you. You are, somebody said in the comments that they love your voice. They would even buy a car off of you, and you do. You bring just a wonderful energy. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. Everybody, let's get Mandy's run her gifts up while she's still in here on her way out. Yeah, like if there's a lot of things that I would sell, if push comes to shove, I'm gonna be selling.
I feel that. All right. Love you guys. I'm going to go. I will see you next week. Thank you guys all for the gifts and everything. It's so incredible. Oh, look at that. See, now I hate to
feel better.
I don't want to stay just for gifts. Thank you guys. Yeah, don't catch these bugs. Just don't. I don't recommend. Whatever. I'm guessing this is probably influenza. I haven't gotten actually tested, but I'm just
count to 10 more. If you need to follow Mandy, if you're not following Mandy, just do it now. Click on her profile and give her a follow. I saw someone say, look her up later. Yeah, just give her a follow right now. But we will be here every Tuesday. We do the broadcast. We're going to specifically focus on how conservative policies are affecting women, whether positive or negative. And I think this has really inspired me. I think we'll do more things in the Discord about therapy and about, journaling and work we can all do together. Because
also, if you all didn't see, apparently Trump, when we were alive, Trump let everyone know that the Gulf of Mexico he wants to rename it to the Gulf of America.
He did.
God.
Actually said that.
But we can't go to the
national
doctor.
embarrassment.
How about we go to the doctor? Can we go to the doctor while you're, just annexing bits of land and water that don't belong to us? Can we have health care?
What is this timeline?
Okay.
Don Jr. is going to Greenland. That's what I was reading before this. Don Jr. is like going to Greenland. I don't know if he's just going to plant an American flag there or what. But I mean, hey, let's just steal parts of the world. Let's not worry about healthcare. Let's just keep funding the military.
I just thought I would let you all know that it'll be like I don't. Somebody made a video saying it'll be like X, right? Nobody will call it that. It'll always be the Gulf of Mexico. We don't care what he calls it. Like
it's like Fort Bragg. Fort Bragg was renamed because Bragg was a horrible bigot, and we still call it. What's Fort Bragg now? Is it Fort Liberty? It's Fort.
I don't remember.
Trump says he's going to return it to its original Confederate glory. So. Anyways, Mandy, thank you so much for today. I had such a great time with you. I missed you guys so much.
Miss you too. I will see you guys all next week. I'll be listening to y'all. So
Feel better.
Thank you. All right. Bye, guys.
What time is it where you are? Is it 2:20? Is it
2:20 where I am?
What is your time limit? Do you want to take a couple questions or anything?
Sure. Yeah. I have a hard stop at 3 because I start clinic again at 3.
Working woman, we love you. So anyways, Dani's here. We have Dani for like 40 minutes. If I know people were requesting before, if you guys have some questions, Toodle, hello, sir. That would be fun. Now's the time. Let's use the resource. Let's use our most precious resource, Dr. Dani. Hey, Toodle.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Well,
as can be. You know, I love the beautiful brain broads is where I'm here, and I'm learning so much. It's amazing. Thank you so much, Dani, for everything you bring here to this group. I missed the beginning of the show. I didn't know if anybody had discussed the HR7 that Arizona's finest has put out.
It's revived, right? Correct me if I'm wrong on HR7. HR7 was actually it's a congressional bill that was brought in like 2023 first, right? Hold on.
Oh, very well could be.
I think I have a screenshot of it because I just took a screenshot, but I didn't include like an article about it in today's outline. We can cover it in detail. Yeah. So HR7, no taxpayer funding for abortion, and abortion insurance, Full Disclosure Act of 2023. So it was first introduced by Christopher Smith on June 9th, 2023. But
Gotcha.
who are you saying that who reintroduced it?
Biggs.
Of course.
Biggs from Arizona.
Gross.
Biggs and Higgins.
From Mesa.
Good old Mesa. Yeah, but they've rejiggered it to sound like it's very pro birth centers.
Women's health.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Crisis pregnancy centers.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yuck. I'll have to read up on this, and we'll cover it more in depth next week. I think.
Yeah, I just saw the text of it. I didn't see all of it, so yeah, I'm sure you'll go deep into it. Last thing I wanted to say was the talk on PTSD reminded me. I saw a New York Times article last year, and it makes complete sense. But the headline was that studies were showing that PTSD folks process those memories in real time. Like they looked at their brains while they were asking these questions about, their past memories, and it was activating the sections in their brain that is for like daydreaming and, their current thoughts. So, I mean, it makes complete sense that that's the way it should be. But, we're all experiencing those traumas all the time.
I mean, it's like we're reliving it. Like, I would say that is so true. And it's like, I've tried to explain to people about my visceral reactions or no reactions, right? Like either I have these extreme visceral reactions, like it's happening to me in real time, or I overcompensate and I have these like no reactions that scare people. Yeah. And that makes a lot of sense. I'm going to read up on that. Is there a particular article you read that in?
It was, I have it up on my screen now. It was New York Times 2023, and the article headline was "Brain Study Suggests Traumatic Memories Are Processed as Present Experience."
That's the story of my. You let it the story of my. Wait, say it one more time.
Sure,
sorry.
It's no problem. Brain study suggests traumatic memories are processed as present experience.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Which makes sense when you think about what we know about flashbacks and things like that, right? Mm-hmm. So everyone knows what an MRI is. So an fMRI is a functional, right? Functional MRI. And what an fMRI is different is I can like see things happening in your brain real time. Right. So like if I ask you a question about puppies, I'll see certain areas of your brain light up. But if I ask you a question about this, I'll see certain areas of your brain light up. Right. So it's a way sometimes to figure out what parts of the brain are being activated by different things. And so what Toodle is saying is that the activation parts in your brain, when we ask you about PTSD experience or something that caused you trauma, right? The parts of your brain that light up are the parts of your brain that are processing current time information, which is the re-experiencing of PTSD. So you heard us talk about EMDR earlier. One of the things that EMDR does is develop what we call kind of a dual awareness, which is where you can have one foot in the past and look back, but you can have a foot here in the present with me and understand that this stuff is in the past, right? So EMDR stands for eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, right? So we're desensitizing you to the stimulus, to the trigger of the PTSD, and then we are reprocessing it in your brain so that way it's stored more adaptively. PTSD essentially is a maladaptive storage technique in your brain. Your brain's going, this is happening, but it's not, right?
Exactly.
That's fascinating. This is the article that Toodle was just referring. If you want to screenshot it, it's a New York Times article. Oopsies. Sorry.
Yeah, in that first little blurb underneath that MRI picture, it says that where it was affecting, it was the posterior cingulate cortex.
Oh yeah, stress. Yep. Interesting.
Introspection and daydreaming specifically. But yeah, that was very interesting.
The story of my life. That is very interesting. Thank you for bringing that up. We're going to have to do something with this in the Discord. We've got too many people with too much post-traumatic stress.
Don't we all? We're all living with PTSD, whether diagnosed or not.
Exactly. That's what.
Well, thanks, y'all. Thanks for the wonderful broadcast, and I'll catch you again.
You're the best, Toodle. Have a great day.
You too, y'all.
Hello. Can y'all hear me? Cool. Okay. Yes. So, first of all, I love you guys. This is a really cool thing. It's almost therapeutic, just like being in the live and talking to other people that have these issues. But I had sent a message. I'm going to try to say this carefully, but to Danielle, what do you have an opinion on the KET treatments for depression?
Just say vitamin K. That's what I call
vitamin K.
Yeah, I do it.
So anytime someone's like, do you have an opinion? I'm like, probably. So I think it's really helpful. I think it's being really helpful to a lot of people. I have friends that have done it. I have not done it as a patient, and I don't do it as a practitioner, but I have had a lot of people do it. I've had patients do it. They found it really helpful. Obviously, make sure that you're going to someone that is certified, to someone that is trained, to someone that knows how to help you. These treatments should come with processing sessions, right? Mm-hmm. You can still see me as just like, if I'm your therapist, I'm going to send you what I say, like outside of me, outside of my clinic, to go get this treatment. You can still see me while you're getting the treatment. We just might see each other like once a month or every 2 weeks or something, and I'm going to check in with you. We might process things more in depth than you did in your processing sessions. So that's also available to you. If you're going through insurance, it's often not, because they won't pay for both. But if you're going to a clinician that takes cash pay, you can do whatever the hell you want. It's another reason I don't take insurance. So I think they're really helpful for people. I think people are kind of scared of them because it's new. So are the fungus treatments. I was trying to think of how to say that nicely. You know, like
psilocybin.
My son is autistic. Yeah. He's like 25 now, but he was really looking into the fungus treatments. But
so I think it's helpful for a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, he's very like, he's very high functioning, his intelligence and everything. He just has like the social problems. So he kind of masks it with drinking, and, you know, we're trying to get like away from that, obviously. But, okay. And the other thing I wanted to say really quick, and this is for, well, really everybody, but I notice there's quite a few people in the chat with chronic pain. And we all know at any time we could become the next person who is disabled and stuck in pain for the rest of your life. They will give you a questionnaire when you go in. And not only will they ask about your family history, of course, addiction, all that, they will ask females especially. It'll ask if you've been sexually abused as a child. Lie if you have, because they will hold that against you, and it actually scores higher for females than males. And it goes by point system, right? And if your points add up to where you're more of a risk, then they will not treat your pain. So just a little warning, you don't have any addicts in your family, and you were never sexually abused if you ever have to go to a pain doctor. Just wanted to throw that in there because it does sort of tie into some of this. And that's really it. I mean, I know y'all got other people that want to come up, but
you don't have to, and something I also say is you don't have to answer any questions you don't feel are relevant to your care, right? So when was the first day of your last menstrual period? I'm sorry, I don't feel like that's related to the care I'm receiving today. I'd like to decline to answer that question. And if they want to tell me how they feel it's related to my care today, sure, I'm open to hearing it. Right? They might be prescribing you a medication. They need to make sure, like maybe it's a medication you definitely cannot take during pregnancy or something like that, right? Like there could be reasons or something like that. But if you don't want to get weighed at the doctor, don't get weighed at the doctor. There's very few medications that we do by weight, right? Like, and if your doctor has a medication that they need to do by weight, let them tell you that. Or you can say like, I'm sorry, are there medications that I'm going to be prescribed based on weight today? If they say, well, I'm not sure. Okay, well, let's wait and find that out first, right? Don't get on the scale if you don't want to. You don't have to get on the scale. I don't give a shit what you weigh. It doesn't really tell me anything. It goes in your medical chart because insurance wants it. I don't care, right? When was the first day of your last menstrual period? Sir, I'm here for the flu, right? Like, you don't need to know that. So you don't have to answer any questions that you don't feel is relevant to your care that day.
yeah, I understand that, but it's very, very.
I am so sorry. That was me, and I did not mean to. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we get to everyone's questions. Thank you so much, Brooke. I did not mean to cut you off. I thought we were done sort of when Dani was done. I wasn't thinking. And one more thing I want to say quick. I was going to type to you, Miller. You said that every time you go, you have to take a pregnancy test and you're a lesbian. Same thing. Like there's a form, just say, hey, I know for sure I'm not pregnant. There's a form I can sign to attest, you know, like to waive the hospital liability.
The liability.
Right? Yeah. And you can just sign a paper. So just say like, hey, just give me the form to waive the liability. I know I'm not pregnant. Like that's what I do.
No recent exposure.
Is that what it's called?
No recent exposure.
Oh yeah.
No, but that's what I'm going to start saying.
Exactly.
I haven't had recent exposure to a man.
4B movement. There's no way I am pregnant. Thank you.
And then they'll ask you that question. Well, I wanted to come up because I wanted to tell you guys or talk to you guys about accelerated resolution therapy, ART. It's like an extension of EMDR. And what we do, I'm doing that right now. And what we're doing is we're doing the EMDR, processing the tragic event, right? This triggering thing, and then replace it in the session in real time with something else. So I'll give you a personal example. There was an incident with my husband, and we had to pull over on the side of the freeway for a reason that I'm not going to share. And every time I have to drive past that, which is close to my house, I would have an issue. So with ART, we replaced that memory with something happy where we were like singing to a song or, whatever. and that has helped me immensely in that situation. So ART, accelerated resolution therapy. My therapist, we were doing EMDR. She got certified for the ART, and it is making a big difference for me.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that. Because I do feel like with my EMDR, which she was a very special woman. Shout out to Susan, changed my life. One of those cash only therapists who is very expensive. But I caught her when she was working for like a Medicaid provider. And like I felt like in my EMDR, that's what we would do. Or we would like stay in the moment till I could be there, without the negative consequence, like if So I never thought about that. But I think that's just like this next step essentially is replacing those like traumatic moments with something more positive. Like, what does that sound like when you do that? Or what are the instructions? I'm just really curious.
It's very similar to the EMDR. But one of the things is that's a little bit, I'm sorry, my dog is barking in the background. I hope that's not bothering anybody.
The reconsolidation window instance.
Yeah, it's like right when you're in that moment, then they ask you, to replace it with something else, and then watch the scene in your head all the way through with the new memory, with the new situation, and then we do that as many times as I need to do that. And, like if she stops me and I'm not all the way through, then we just start back where that one is the next time we do the deep breathing and the, body scan and all the stuff. It's wonderful. So
that's amazing. I love that. I think that's what my therapist was trying to get me to do. This is awesome. I never knew about this. Again, that is called accelerated resolution therapy. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Nice to talk to both of you. Thank you, Danielle, for all you do. And Felice, I'm your biggest fan.
I cannot. And I appreciate all your support. I feel like we're a family at this point. And does anyone else have any other questions? We don't have anyone in the guest box. I'm sorry I cut you off, Brooke. If you had another question that I cut off, I truly did not mean to. I still feel anxious about that. Just a slip of the finger. But again, keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 300K. Tap, tap, tap. If anyone has any other questions for Danielle while we're here, we rarely get her for this amount of time. Neb Dems Gina. Is that Nebraska Dems?
Hang on a second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Are you a fellow Nebraskan like Dani?
Yes, I actually heard you say that you provide therapy in Nebraska, and I was like, I don't really have a question or anything. I just wanted to say thank you for being a provider in Nebraska because, we need it.
Desperately. Yeah, terribly.
Yeah.
The Midwest is special, but also super glad I'm out of it as a queer person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for that. And thank you for the work that you all are doing. Talking about how politics affects women. I work in politics. So
what do you do?
Yeah, it's a lot.
What do you do?
I am the outreach director for the Nebraska Democratic Party.
Yeah, nice.
Wait, I didn't hear. Will you say that one more time?
I'm the outreach director for the Nebraska Democratic Party.
The struggle is real. I have I have a lot of family in Nebraska.
It's a tough job up there.
Great.
So people, yes, people assume that it is a lot more red than it actually is. And I encourage people, and maybe this kind of on the mental health topic. I encourage people to find their people near them, like in person, not just online, but find your in-person people. And we have programs about that. And we could talk about that some other time. I'm going to start watching your show because it's amazing. But we find your people and realize that not everybody around you is a Trump supporter. It really is very true that they want to make this state look more red than it is, and it really has passed a lot of progressive legislation, but by ballot measure, and so just don't think that you're surrounded by scary people all the time, because you're not necessarily.
I think that's great advice. And also I don't know for mutuals, but I'm in TikTok Studio. So whenever you get down from the panel, if you could leave a comment in the comments so I can then make sure I follow you. Because I love that you work with the Democratic Party in Nebraska. We'd love to have you watch the show and be on the panel, or if you have things, as we near the midterms, like whatever you're doing to community organize and activate Nebraska, if you want to promote that on here or on the People's Receipts, which is the show I do the other 4 days of the week, you would be absolutely welcome to do that.
Yeah, I hadn't seen, I found you because of Mandy, who was on your panel earlier.
Yeah.
I follow her. So yeah, and she's amazing. And I was like, oh, Mandy's live. And then I saw you and I was like, how am I not following this person already? So I sent you a message already.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. My therapist for my mental health has had me stop checking messages. So that's why. No, yeah. Just make sure, comment. No, I'm serious. Dead. Yeah. I've got a lot of MAGA men who find very creative ways to make me go into fight or flight. That are scarily within
that's
the
gross.
terms of service on TikTok.
Yeah. Yeah. I get lots of those. And I'm just like, you.
Exactly. What is your name? Wait, it's in your name. Gina?
Yeah, I'm Gina. So
it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
See, look at what amazing things are happening for us today. I was just saying to Dani last night, I have felt I didn't know what this show does to me, because for me, for me, because I do the People's Receipts and I love that and I feel connected to the community doing it. But this show, it grounds me. It makes me feel like I'm part of something. I'm connected to women who understand what I'm going through. And it's been a long time since we did this. So I'm so glad that we're all meeting and talking. What time do I normally go live? So every day but Tuesdays, it's 11:30 Pacific time to 2:30 Eastern for the People's Receipts. And then on Tuesdays, which today I went live an hour early, which maybe I'll start doing, because I think it really helped get more people in here by the time Dani is ready to go live. I've already been live for a while, so maybe I'll make it earlier. But right now it's 10 a.m. Pacific time, or what it has been in the past. I went live at 9 a.m. Pacific time today, but it's usually 10 a.m. Pacific time. I'll let you guys know in the Discord, because I do think it was helpful to be live a little early. So maybe I'll go live 30 minutes earlier and kind of get more people in here and talk about some stories.
And for everybody,
and Facts and Felice on Mondays. Thanks, Toodle. Wait, one more thing. I do a live with Facts Still Matter on Monday mornings. That's 5 a.m. Pacific time, 8 a.m. Eastern. And that's super high level, kind of intellectual, if you're into that sort of thing. And I debate with Pickles at nights.
And if you missed anything, if you've missed any of the shows, if you've missed any of the receipts, if you came in late today, there's a way for you to catch up and stay in the loop, because you can sit with us. We're not those type of girls. Subscribe to Felice at YouTube. The replays are on YouTube. They're also live on YouTube. If you're a stan like me, you have it playing on YouTube on your TV, and then you're on TikTok on your phone. It's At a Girl Has No Name on YouTube. Also, Gina, welcome. Love you. Love the work you're doing. If you want to get in the Discord, which we absolutely hope that you do, you can send a message to @Felice on TikTok, and then that'll get you the Discord link. Thank you so much for being here as someone who's also involved in politics.
I was going to tell her if you didn't tell her.
More red.
I was going to say Joanna's a Democratic elected official in Arkansas.
Yeah, so being in Arkansas, I feel your pain. Because Sarah is, like I've said before, I just wish that her father would take her with him to Israel, because we're sick of her. I've been trying to finesse her to going. Like, I've talked to her assistants. I've talked to to Leslie, who is our lieutenant governor, because she was supposed to get the spot once Trump chose Sarah to be his VP, which I don't know why she thought that was going to happen because she's delusional. But yeah, I've been trying to get her out and she refuses to leave. I hate her. But yeah, thank you for the work that you're doing up there.
Does she still have the what was it, $20,000 podium?
I think
she
it's 26,000. No,
yeah, she still has it.
The world's most expensive
and
lectern.
the only thing, lectern. The only thing I could see on it was like female body parts.
Very
she still has it. It was audited, and the legislative auditors were like, "Excuse me, what did you do?" And then her and her people were like, "We'll just pay it back. Never mind. Don't even worry about it." And they were like, "Okay." Mind you, as treasurer, where I'm elected at, if I'm missing an invoice and they check it, they give us a finding and then threaten to take all of our state funding. It's like, oh, let me go buy a $20,000 lectern and see how y'all just dismiss it if I say I'll pay it back. I will be in jail.
Yeah.
But we appreciate you so much, Gina, for being here. We appreciate the work you're doing. Everybody else, be like Gina. If you haven't joined. If you haven't sent your heart me, send your heart me. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get us to 300K before we get off of here. I believe in you. We believe in you. We can all do it. If you haven't subscribe. Hop on the YouTube channel and get on there. You can watch past episodes and you can rewatch this one because it was phenomenal. Shout out to the group therapy session. Like I said, I'm absolutely going to start mixing a couple of things perhaps so I can pay for good therapy because we don't have that in Arkansas either. Shout out to Danielle. Keep liking, keep gifting as well.
I'm starting a group therapy session in the Discord. I really am. I'm going to, or like some sort of journaling session. Like this is going to happen. I always feel awkward trying to do things like that, but this is something I can do. Thank you for subscribing, Jay Jagger and Nerdy Princess. I think it is. I love that name, by the way. What a great name. Thank you guys for subscribing.
And before I forget, because Felice, we keep forgetting to do this, just in case, I mean, I'll have a VPN, but just in case this ban does go through, don't forget to follow us all on the app, just in case. We're all over there. Felice is over there. Your name is the same over there, isn't it, Felice? Yeah, my name's the same over there too, in bed with Danielle. Mandy is almost the same. I think her name's very slightly different, but she's easily findable. So on the IG app, if I'm allowed to say that, don't forget to follow us all because, yes, the app. Thank you. Just in case this ban does go through and just in case y'all don't want to get VPNs. But like Joanna had said, it's all over on YouTube as well. And we talked about moving to YouTube too, Felice, because they're less restrictive.
I was going to say, I'll probably stream from YouTube, which is the same as this name because we won't get banned like we do on here, but hopefully it won't. As we know, the Roberts courts believe money is speech and he will protect corporations at all costs. So I don't want anyone to lose sleep over it, but someone did make a good point to me and they said, expect the worst. So I won't be disappointed. So yeah, I'll be probably streaming from YouTube, but you'll be able to find us. We'll still be here. This is a labor of love.
Yeah, we do. You can live stream on Facebook too, through like Zoom.
Yeah,
you can have guests
on
up
Facebook
on Zoom
right now, actually.
Oh, you are,
and
that
Twitch
awesome.
and YouTube and X, just to annoy Elon Musk.
Oh, that is
love
awesome.
Annoying him.
I did not know you could do both. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
or OBS. Yeah, you can push them different places. Yeah, and so we're live in a bunch of places. Oh, Janice is here. I wanted to say hi to Janice. Hi, Janice. Melissa, if you need a link to the Discord, I forgot to change the name. It's Felice Navidad Live. right? I have a TikTok account. I should just add it to here. I'll add it to here. And I just need you to send a message to that TikTok account. Like you message anyone on TikTok and say, send me a link to the Discord. That's because when I had the link in my bio, we had a bunch of MAGA men joining the Discord and doing unpleasant things. So I've had to take it out of there. I'll add my backup. Hi, Janice.
Hi. I was tapping.
That does happen from time to time. I wanted to meet you anyways. It's nice to meet you. You've said some really interesting things in the comments, and I just wanted to also thank you for being so engaged, and I'm excited that we met.
Thank you. I had some ideas, but I didn't know how to go about saying them on the live. And that's why I wanted to talk with you maybe more one-on-one, because I'm not probably some of it wouldn't be very TikTok friendly.
Are you in the Discord already, Janice, or no? Not yet.
No, I just subscribed yesterday, I think.
Cool beans. Well, hop on in the Discord. We share all kinds of ideas. We brainstorm and bounce ideas off of each other in there too. And it's a super safe space. You get access to speak a lot more freely and say a lot of things that we can't really say over here because, it's TikTok. So you can send a message to that account that's right above you and just say that you want a link to the Discord, and then you can hop in the Discord.
Yeah, so this is my Felice Navidad live account. Just click on it, follow it, send a message and say, send me a link to the Discord. If you don't know what Discord is, it's an app where we create kind of like private communities where you can message and talk and things like that. It's a little bit more of a safe space. When I talk about creating some sort of DBT or journaling therapy group, I mean in the Discord. So yeah, just send a message to Felice Navidad Live, ask for a link to the Discord, and we will get you guys one. And I should have put this up today, but my brain has not been working. As Dani told me, I'm going through perimenopause. And brain fog is normal.
Brain fog.
It's okay. My brain's not working.
Brain fog is normal.
Yeah, so as soon as I get to the links, I will get you guys links into the Discord. But again, it's only just for our own safety that we have to do it this way, because I used to have it in my link in the bio and it did not go well. There were a bunch of very unfriendly men joined the Discord.
I bet.
Ruining everything.
They send us their best, and that is all they have.
They literally ruin everything.
I have to go, but thank you so much for having me up, and
will you just
have a
write a comment really quick, like when you get up, so I can make sure to follow you right now? I just want to make sure I don't forget. Just in the comments, when I'll disconnect you, just say hi, and then I'll follow you. Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm not sorry. My brain's not working. Gotcha. Followed you. Perfect. Okay, have a great day, Gina. It's so nice to meet you.
You too. Bye.
I wanted to say something really quick. Like, speaking of bands, it's hilarious to me to see the penile people going ham over Arkansas banning P-Hub because you can no longer access it here without a VPN, and that's happening in a whole bunch of states.
I heard about
so it's hilarious to see them going insane over it.
Is it Florida's one, right? Didn't they?
Florida just did on January 1st. Yeah.
Florida's going to lose. You guys, this is the thing. Florida is not really a conservative place. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's things like the P-Hub ban that are going to get or is going to turn Florida blue.
For sure. People are pissed about it.
People are pissed here too, especially the men. But circling back to the way that it affects women, like at this point, especially now for me, I'm choosing the bear. So being able to have an outlet to where I can still get what I need to get and do what I need to do, that helps me in my sexual mental health. So that's just another byproduct of they don't know what the fuck they actually voted for. And now the fuck around portion of the finding out. It's occurring. And it's annoying for me a little bit, although I know how to get a VPN so I can still watch what I want to watch. But they don't know how to do that. Like Huckleberry and Jed Clampett have no idea how to get a VPN so that they can watch what it is that they still want to watch. And it's like, well, this is what you voted for.
Did you see what Tootle said? He said the number one search. Or wait, I'm sorry. It went by fast. What did you say, Tootle?
The number one search on January 1st was VPN.
That's hilarious. So many men are becoming computer literate. Now they're like, I've got to figure all this out. That's hilarious.
This is the thing that's going to get them, y'all. Like we're dying because we can't get good health care, but the men are like, my pee. Like maybe this is what'll get them. I don't know. I'm open to anything at this point. Whatever works.
That's how I feel it is in Arizona. Like if you would have told, like now that we legalized the devil's lettuce, it's actually helped make us more liberal. You could not pry the devil's lettuce out of old conservatives, unalived fingers. Like they will protect it with their lives. It's certain liberal things that people actually want that are the linchpins, to keep things blue.
For sure.
Hi, Angela. Is it Ann?
Felice, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, Angela or Ann, just fine. I'm good, thank you. I'm kind of new to your channel. Do you require age and pronouns and things, or what's the right way to start?
Oh, to address me? Just Felice. Yes. She, her. I'll respond to anything. People say Felicia, Felice Navidad, whatever.
I know some lives they require you to say your age and your pronouns. And all
I know, Jovan. Yeah, I know. Sorry, we're a little informal here, but yeah. Is there any special way you would like me to address you?
No, you're fine. She, her, they, them. It's fine.
Perfect.
I wanted to join up and ask because I've tried in a couple of other channels where I've been for a while to ask this question and nobody seems to want to talk about it. So I'm just disclosure. I'm 45 and I'm just now becoming more of an activist, which is good and bad, right? But I have two little girls and I definitely voted blue. I will continue to vote blue for everybody. But I am going to the People's March on the 18th in DC.
So is Dani.
And then there's supposed to be a 47 rally the next day. So my concern is there is going to be an abundance of opposition there. And I just wanted to get a feel for the temperature, what everybody is thinking and expecting, or do they know what to expect? Do we think that they're going to be just there trying to intimidate, perhaps? Or do we think that they're going to get the way they do? Like, they won, right? So hopefully they're not going to be that way. But I don't know.
So that's why I said I'm trying to go. I was also, I ended up spending my holidays elsewhere. But I was supposed to be in New Orleans for the football game on January 1st. And because I live very close to New Orleans and narrowly escaped that. So I'm like, I don't know how much how much am I tempting fate at this point?
Survive something happening to you. So stay indoors and alone.
Also, super glad I didn't buy tickets to that game that then got canceled and rescheduled to the next day when I had to work. So, but all that to say, I do not have any faith in these people, y'all. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be pessimistic or I don't have any faith in these people. Like, the violent stuff that has been happening around the country is almost exclusively from Republican men. Almost exclusively. So if you were going to ask me, do you think Democrats will be safe? I would be like, yeah, of course. Things might get a little bit loud. There might be all the marches I've been to in DC have been they've kept everybody separate. So there might be some yelling back and forth. And I went to one where there was a physical altercation, but I wasn't anywhere near it. But there were no weapons or anything like that happened. I just don't trust these people. I just really don't. So that's kind of my hang up on it is could could something happen? Something definitely could happen. Of course, they always increase security and stuff like that at those places, but like they did too in New Orleans for this football game, right? They increased police presence. They increased, they were searching like the French Quarter and stuff like that to make sure that there were no anything that people planted, right? And these people still got through. Like this guy, and it was more than one person, right? But like this still happened. They had car barricades that were up. They usually have better car barricades, and they didn't have them because like they were being repaired or something like that. But this still happened, right? So, and January 6th still happened. So I don't know. Everybody gets to assess their own risk for themselves and their family. And that's kind of what I'm doing right now is I'm like, is it worth the risk? Do I think something's going to happen? And if I think something's going to happen, what would happen? Like, if you want to get in a fist fight over here, whatever, do you? I think you're an idiot, but like, whatever. I can get away from that, right? I can't get away from like a pew pew. I can't get away from like a boom boom, right? I can't get away from these things. So that's the stuff that makes me worried.
Yeah, I'm definitely not taking my children. Thankfully, I have family who live very near where the march is going to be. So I have that safety net, but they're not going to be with me. It's just, I don't want, because I have young children, I don't want to be putting myself in a position where I could unalive. That's always a concern. So I've just been trying to like get myself familiar with symbols and color patterns and things to watch out for and things like that. But I think the one thing that has made me feel a little better is that they don't allow people to carry pew-pews unless you live in DC. I believe that's the only way that you can legally if you're licensed there. So do I expect them to follow the law? No, not really, but it's
right.
just maybe that will reduce the opportunity.
It's a risk, right? Like, and
yeah.
I am a person that used to go to these types of marches and rallies, like with my lawyer's number written on my arm. Like, it just depends on what your purpose is. That, like you said, you're becoming an activist, and it's never too late to activate and be political and fight for our rights. Like, if not now, when, right? But also, yeah, it sounds like you're an intelligent human who understands that there are risks, and exactly what Dani was saying. We would be unintelligent. It would be dumb of us to not recognize, just like nobody went to New Orleans thinking something was going to happen that way. No one ever expects something to happen, and it is possible that it could. We don't want to be fear mongering, but yeah, I mean, Trump attracts a type of person who, I would say has a higher propensity to do awful things.
One thing I will say I do is I look at the route for the march that's happening, and they're almost always about the same. Like sometimes they change the route. Hang on one second, guys. Okay, I just got a text of my patients here. Sometimes they change the routes a little bit, but they're generally relatively same. I know DC pretty well. I work in and out of DC all the time. So I check the route and I plan an exit. Like every block, I plan an exit. If I start hearing a pew pew going off, I know where I'm going, right? You're outside. There's not exit signs for you. So find your exit, get with your people and tell them, okay, like on this block, if something happens, this is where we meet up. This restaurant, this bar, this statue, if something, like have a meetup spot, right? But like plan for that stuff. There's statues you can hide behind. There's big pillars. These buildings in DC are usually giant, made of brick and things like that, right? Figure out what buildings are around you. Are there alleyways there? Are there recesses to the buildings? Are these buildings open, or do you need a card? Is it like a bank where you need to have them buzz you in? Because you don't want to end up at that door, right? You want to end up at the door you can go into, a restaurant, a bar, something like that. So like figure out restaurants that are on the route and stuff like that. Have a plan for where you're going to go about every block if something happens.
So well said. Go see your patient. I will wind down the live. Thank you so much, as always,
Great
Dani.
advice. Thank you.
Absolutely a pleasure, as always. Text you later,
Thanks,
Gator.
y'all. Text ya. Bye.
I'm so jealous of her patience.
I won't tie up any more of your time. Thank you.
No. I'm so glad you're going. I'm sad I won't be there, but I think we had this discussion like 2 months ago about this, and it was so interesting because back then the discussion was, is it appropriate for kids? And I think you're spot on. Like, I would just say, I don't probably think it's going to be the best environment for kids this time, but yeah, like I'm an activist at heart. I'm so glad we met. I look forward to interacting more, and like I'm an activist as well, and it's never too late to fight for our rights. So it's a pleasure to meet you, Ange. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. And thanks for the gifts, everyone.
And tell us how the march goes. I'd love to hear that story after the fact.
I will. I'm actually planning on going live from there for at least for a little while. So hopefully you guys will get to see a little bit of what's going on, even if you can't be there yourself.
Did I just write some? Do I follow you? Write some. Can you say hi in the comments really quick, just so I can make sure I do, so that when you do go live, I will be able to see it. Just want to make sure. Oh, there we go. Thanks. Sorry. TikTok
I just
Studio
followed
strange.
you. I'm super excited to watch it.
Okay, gotcha.
Awesome.
Followed.
Thank you all.
Okay, have a great time. Hopefully, I'll be able to catch your live.
Hopefully. Thank you. I appreciate you. Good night.
Bye. Oh, sorry, I'm disconnecting. It's so hard in TikTok Studio to disconnect people. I think on that end, we'll just wrap it up. I forced Mandy to be here at like 9 a.m. So I think that's good. Anything else, Joanna, to remind people? We'll be doing the People's Receipts again tomorrow. Regular time, 11:30 Pacific time. I will not be an hour early tomorrow. 11:30 Pacific. 2:30 Eastern, the People's Receipts, and it's going to be a good show. Just based on what I've been watching people comment on in the comments, the stuff Trump's been saying in his speech today, I think we're going to have a very entertaining show tomorrow.
I just wanted to thank everybody in the comments. Shout out to y'all for getting us up to 300K. Looks like it's going to be 301.
I just saw
Appreciate the tapping. Thank y'all so much for all the shares and all the likes and all the gifts and all of the questions and all of the comments. We only had one weirdo in here today. Don't know how that happened, but that's why we kicked his stupid ass out. Because, we don't play about that.
This is a safe space.
100%. Like, thank you so much, Felice, for all the information. Shout out to Dr. Dani and Mandy for being here. Shout out to everybody who had questions. We appreciate all of y'all. The support is palpable. This nice little group therapy session we had on a Tuesday was phenomenal and very much so needed. If y'all still
needed was it? I didn't realize. I was crying. I'll just say the truth. I was crying last night, like texting Dani. And Dani, she's on like Central Time, so for her it was probably like 1:30 in the morning, and I'm just I so need to spend some time around you and Mandy again, just ground myself and remind myself there's like-minded people fighting for the same things I'm fighting for, and this was exactly what I needed. It's like I feel like my soul has been soothed.
Yes, literally being like, oh my God, it's not just me. Like, someone else sees me, and I get to see myself in other people, and they get to see themselves in you. It's a phenomenal feeling, especially when you're in a space where there's not a lot of it, or you've been taught to shut the fuck up and take it and you'll be fine. Just get over it. Just keep going. Everything will be fine. Don't even worry about it. Mental health is not important, especially in this country.
Exactly.
It's great to hear this is okay. You can express it. Here are ways to deal with it. This is what you do.
We're going to set up some sort of weekly Discord group. This is what it's going to be about. It's going to be some sort of thing like this where we can all share and talk and do journal prompts or something like that. We'll have to talk about it, Joanna. If you can talk a little bit later today, we should talk about how to do it. But I think that's what we'll do. Because this is so needed. And not to Brene Brown all of us, but vulnerability is the way back to each other. It's how we go back to the collective and build community. It's by being able to be vulnerable and see exactly what you said, see yourself in other people and see other people in you, right? That is how we become a collective again. I know. I had to Brene Brown us. That's what we could do with this weekly. maybe we'll just let Brene Brown. We could just play her videos. Like we could play that. I love that HBO special. She's amazing. Oh my gosh, she's like a quantitative analysis turned therapist, like psychotherapist or so. She's amazing. Thank you so much for subscribing, and such a pleasure to meet you. Look forward to seeing you live. Amy, thank you for subscribing again. 11:30 Pacific time, 30 Eastern tomorrow, the People's Receipts. We will be back, and Joanna and I will talk about how we're going to create some sort of group based on some sort of therapeutic journaling or, community like that in the Discord. So look for that. I think that's something we can all commit to and look forward to. So
if y'all haven't gotten the Discord, you need to get in the Discord. You see this Dark Felice account that's sitting right on top of me? Send a message to it and say, hey, can I get a link to the Discord? And we'll be like, hell yeah, come join. And you'll get the link, and then you can come and see exactly what we're talking about. We're going to get more active over there. There's a lot going on, and we need a safe space where we're not restricted like we are here. So make sure that you send a link to it. Thank y'all for being here. Shout out to my fellow mods in the chat as well for always helping, always being mindful and demure, unless it's time to turn up, which we do that as well. But thank y'all so much for being here. Much appreciated.
This is how we're going to survive. January 20th is coming, and I know it gives us all anxiety, and we're like, how are we going to make it? Like, we're going to build a community where we all feel safe. This is how we're going to get through this. Knowledge is power. I cannot express how much I appreciate you all. Exactly. Carrie, your sentiment is shared. We will get through this together, though. Seriously. So when we'll be stronger than ever together. I will see you guys. I'll be wearing all black that day. And we all look so good in all black. It's so appropriate. So I will see you guys tomorrow. You are all amazing. Later, Gators.